You're listening to the Common Descent Podcast. Happy New Year, Will.
Happy New Year, David.
And Happy New Year to everybody listening all over the internets. Welcome to our traditional annual Common Descent Podcast end of the year Q&A.
We made it.
We made it, a whole other year. As with previous years, we are going to spend the next few hours answering questions submitted by our listeners. From mid-November to mid-December, a form was available for anyone, patron, otherwise, whoever, to submit questions for us to answer here in a rapid-fire, back-to-back Q&A extravaganza, which we are about to start. As with previous times, we have more questions than we're going to be able to answer before it gets too late and we have to stop. But we are going to get through as many of them as we can. We have, like previously, randomized the order of the list.
Yes.
So we don't know the order the questions are going to be in, and that helps mix it up and make it a lot of fun. This will be the last thing that we release in the year 2021 before we move on to the new year. And without further ado, Will, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's start answering some questions. Go ahead, give us our first one.
Our first question of the Q&A comes from Nathan, who asks, have either of you actually seen a croc eat or kill a snake, or vice versa?
Fun question. Not in person.
No, I've watched tons of videos.
Yes, I've seen many videos of both.
Yes.
Of crocs eating snakes, which is relatively common.
Mm-hmm.
Gators eating snakes, especially down in like Florida and the Everglades. And I can think of at least a couple of examples of snakes eating crocs.
Yes, there are two pertinent ones I always think of on both sides. I've seen one video of a gator attempting to eat an invasive Burmese python in Florida and then giving up because it was more of a snake than it was expecting.
Right.
And then one of some sort of python, I think it was an anaconda, taking on a caiman, and the caiman was still trying to walk out of its mouth while it was being swallowed.
Yep.
So there are some good ones out there.
Well, and there was that one famous image that was going around several years ago of a snake that had burst.
Yeah, it was a Burmese that had swallowed a gator, and it looked like it had started to bloat because the gator was too big.
Yeah.
And it had started to rot inside the snake. But I think there was also hypotheses that it got hit by a boat and that's what busted it.
Ah, that makes sense.
But yeah, it ate a gator too big and could not digest it.
So it absolutely happens. It happens both ways. Our next question is from Harrison. Why do you think there aren't more modern animals with sails?
And by sails, I assume they mean like the Spinosaurus and Dimetrodon back sail.
Yes.
And I don't know, because we also don't have a great understanding of why those animals had them.
No, and they also don't seem to have been extremely common.
Mm-mm.
Like, there are certain things that it is weird that we don't have today. There are certain things that were very, very common, like large animals.
Yes.
You know, an abundance of elephant-sized animals.
Like multiple groups.
All over the world has been a staple of the planet for most of the last 300 million years, or at least 200 million years. And right now, it's kind of weird that we only have a few on the tail end of a megafaunal extinction. But sails don't seem to have been particularly common in the past. So it might not be weird. It might just be a thing that comes up every now and then.
Yeah. And it's it could just be that the ones that had them are particularly well known or, publicly well known. They're famous.
Right. Spinosaurus, Oranosaurus, Dimetrodon and its friends, Edaphosaurus and all them. But yeah, like you said, we don't really have a good understanding of what those were for. Mm-hmm. So
like
if there's a certain condition of the world or the environment that favors that, we don't really know what it is.
Yeah, we don't know what role in the ecosystem a sailed animal is. It doing something different in the habitat that other animals would be doing? I mean, there are lizards that have pretty ridiculous crests and back decorations, like the basilisk lizard.
Fish, right? There is the sail fish. Well, it does make me wonder, because the sails, as we're thinking of them, almost exclusively exist in reptiles or things that are close in physiology and similar to reptiles, like the early synapsids like Dimetrodon. But I don't know of any quite like that outside of those groups. So it might just be that it's not conducive for mammals to have.
Yeah, exactly.
And most of because like you said, there's plenty of lizards today that have cool crests and stuff, but none of them are huge.
Yeah.
So maybe that's just a thing that reptiles do better. And modern mammals have, for whatever reason, lost the ability to easily evolve that.
Yep. Yeah. Maybe a lion's mane is as close as we're going to get.
Well, it makes me think there's a lot of big mammals that have horns and antlers and stuff like that, whereas a lot of reptiles have crests and maybe they're just two different methods of accomplishing similar things.
Yep. Sam asks, do you guys own any paleo art? If so, whose artworks do you have?
Oh, good question. I have some books on paleo art.
Same.
I don't have any an art
that up on
framed
the wall.
Up. Yeah, exactly. I've got a bunch of stickers that our friend Jenna made, and some of those depict prehistoric creatures. We've got shirts.
Yep.
that are podcast shirts from Rob.
I've got the dinosaur art by Steve White.
Right, I think that's the same book that I have.
Yeah, I've got that big book, which is a book full of and about paleo art.
I've got All Yesterdays, and I also have a book about Charles Knight and the artwork of Charles Knight.
I got 2 of the Dinotopia books.
There you go.
Yeah, I have never bought any paleo art still lifes portraits sets just to put up on the wall or to hang. And then there's not even necessarily a reason I haven't. It's just
I don't do a lot of decorative art.
Yeah.
That's just not something that I personally like. I've never been one for posters on the wall or picture frames, really.
I am, but it's all nerdy.
Right.
Like, usually mine are either pictures of my family or pictures of, like, nerdy pop culture stuff.
You do have some modern stuff. You got some gator stuff.
Very true.
There's some bats in that picture.
Those are bog wings.
Are they?
Yeah, that's Dagobah.
Oh, it's Dagobah. Never mind. I stand corrected. Most of the paleo art, in fact, probably I think all the paleo art that is up on a wall in this home is artwork from our fans.
Yes, absolutely.
Who have done, so we have artwork of Zool by Darwin, our young fan from years ago. We have artwork of a Phillips head screwdriver tusk Gomphotherium.
Yep.
But yeah, there's not a lot of paleo art up on the walls around here. Lizzie asks, have you seen the study which suggests that many members of Comsignathidae are actually juveniles of other theropod species? And if so, what do you think of it? So Compsognathidae is the family of small dinosaurs like Compsognathus. And yeah, there was a study not too long ago that had identified a few of them as potentially juveniles. I think it suggested that certain species might actually be juvenile Carcharodontosaurs and or Allosaurs and or other stuff, with the sort of extended suggestion that the entire family might just be misidentified juveniles of larger theropods.
Huh.
I did not read the study, and I saw a lot of back and forth about people, like, various levels of agreeing or disagreeing. I mean, I'm the suggestion that an entire family of dinosaurs is wholly, fully misidentified is extreme.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot. Not completely out of the question, because as we've discussed on the podcast, there have absolutely been cases where juvenile dinosaurs have been identified as a wholly different species.
And cases where groups have gotten completely regrouped and that group's just gone away.
Right.
As it's gotten mixed in with another group that we realize it actually should be in.
Right. So it's not totally out of the question. It would be hilarious.
Oh, yes.
That would be really funny.
This would be an extreme example of both of those.
Yes. So yeah, it's as always, there is a tendency, especially when you follow online discussions, for whatever the most recent study is, for people to assume that is now the status quo.
Yep.
And that's almost never the case.
No.
So this is something that I'm sure there will be more study on, and I will be very interested to see how it all falls out.
Only because I feel like this is also one of those, and I don't know, I haven't seen the study, I don't know the details, but we'd need a growth series connecting these itty-bitty dinosaurs to those really big, like if you're talking about Carcharodontus, like that's big.
Right, the big stuff.
So like if we're going from that size, things that could walk around my house, to things that would
stand around the house.
That would destroy the house. We're going to need a connecting group of fossils growth series from one to the other before it makes sense to me to just be like, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Our next question is from Travis, who asks, what is chemical weathering of rocks and how does it affect fossil specimens when they become exposed on the surface?
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
So chemical weathering of rock, the classic earth science explanation is erosion and weathering, and erosion is physical stuff. The wind and water physically breaking down rock.
So it's grit in the water acts like sandpaper against the soil or stone.
Right. Wind across the desert is sandblasting the rocks.
Yes.
Chemical weathering is reaction. So a chemical reaction. So the carbon dioxide in the rainwater is reacting with certain materials in the minerals in the rock, creating new compounds, which slowly breaks down the rock itself.
Yep.
The same way that when you eat a hamburger, all the molecules in the food are being broken down and changed into different molecules, reacting with things inside your stomach.
Yes.
Chemical weathering absolutely can affect fossils when they're exposed at the surface. Both things can.
Yeah, I was about to say, as can erosion.
Absolutely. If you have a bone out, especially in a active area where there's lots of rain or wind, the same sort of process can happen. The minerals in the bone or the tooth or the wood or whatever the fossil is can react with the chemicals in rainwater or can be eroded by wind and water, and that can destroy fossils over time.
Yes. It's why we talk about the fact that we are definitely actively losing fossils as we speak just due to these natural processes.
Sure.
Wearing away the rock, exposing the fossil, and then if we don't get there when it happens to be exposed, it's just going to continue that process through the fossil to the rock underneath.
Next up is a question from David, not me. I didn't submit my own question. Do you have any advice for a PhD student trying to engage in science communication?
Oh, neat. Yeah, for sure. Depending on the kind of SciComm you're wanting to do, if you're wanting to do in person or writing or other means,
creating online content.
Yep. It's gonna be slightly different for each one. The first thing that comes to my mind is practice and get experience of whatever kind it is. If you're wanting to do in-person stuff, volunteer somewhere or get engaged somewhere where you're going to engage the public. Like, that's something you just have to practice and you just have to get comfortable and learn your tricks and your skills in that regard.
Mm-hmm. It's also, and similar to that, I've often heard this in the context of writing, is that the best way to get into writing is to start writing.
Yeah.
And I think that's true with this too. And we've both done this. I know I've gone through several phases of starting SciComm in a certain way. So I had a blog for a while, which is how I started writing. I used to answer questions on Quora all the time, which was practice for, communicating with the public. So if you have an idea of what kind of SciComm, YouTube videos or TikTok or social media threads or whatever, start doing it.
Yeah, baby steps.
It doesn't have to be the thing you're going to do forever. You can just try one thing out, and maybe it takes, maybe it doesn't, but you'll learn stuff along the way.
Absolutely. The only other advice I can think of as like basic advice when it comes to SciComm for the general public is just you have to get used to putting yourself in the mind of a person coming to the topic from outside your experience.
When I started science writing, the first big lesson that I learned, and my editors helped me to learn this lesson, is that the thing I thought was most interesting about the topic at hand is often not the same as what the reader is going to think is the most interesting.
Yes. Yeah, you're coming at it from a different place than the people you're communicating to.
Yes, you can easily, especially if you are a PhD student, you can easily fall into what I like to call the curse of expertise.
Yes.
That the better you know a subject, the easier it is to forget what it was like to not know that subject. And for that, it's really handy to practice, either literally practice with or keep in mind. I gave this advice to tour guides at the museum, that sometimes it's really handy to think about something and go, all right, how would I explain this to somebody I know who doesn't know anything about this?
Yeah.
If I tried explaining this concept to my dad, what questions would he ask?
Yes.
What words would I say that I know he would go, wait, what? And that's a helpful way to remember the distance between your knowledge and your audience.
Yeah. How can I break this down for other people?
And good luck.
Absolutely. Our next question is from Nikki. Can we hang out with you guys more? Movie nights, game nights, whatever.
Yeah, come on over.
Aw. That's a really sweet question.
Yeah. We have thought about ways to do that.
Yes.
We did do movie nights for a little bit when the pandemic started. We did some Netflix party movie nights. We are going to be starting pretty soon after this comes out a Discord server.
Yep.
And that should make available more opportunities for stuff like that. Maybe even games and stuff.
So we will have avenues. We haven't planned out anything, but knowing people want it to happen will always make it more likely to happen.
Absolutely.
So if anyone else is interested, badger us about it.
Yeah, let us know what games you want us to play.
Yes, absolutely.
That would be tons of fun. CJ asks, have you seen the environmental DNA studies that seem to indicate mammoths and woolly rhinos hanging on quite a bit longer than previously thought? Do you think there are implications for megafauna having hung around in other parts of the world past the fossil record?
I have not seen these studies.
I saw one very recently that I think was horses and mammoths. And it was DNA studies that found evidence for them surviving a few thousand years beyond where it was commonly thought that they had gone extinct in various areas.
Gotcha. And these are environmental DNA where you're sampling the ecosystem for trace amounts of the animals living in that area.
Right. I don't remember the details of that one study. But yes, the eDNA means you are testing like the soil, the sediment.
The soil or water and going, all right, who's left bits of themselves?
Yes.
Just on the land around them.
And that's a cool thing because that's a recent it's a recent method for modern studies and an even more recent method for ancient studies.
So I mean, it's definitely something that's been hugely helpful for modern ecosystems to go, who's in this area that we may not have actually witnessed with our eyes or cameras,
but who's pooping in this dirt, and we'll find some DNA from it. Or my favorite example was a study where people were collecting leeches.
Yes. And
just testing the DNA in the leeches to get a sample of the surrounding environment.
Leech DNA study.
It's always possible that, in fact, it is always absolutely certain, basically every time, that our last evidence of any particular organism in the fossil record wasn't actually the very last one.
Yeah. Because for all we know, there could be a ridiculously small population, isolated or encapsulated in one little area that hung on for a surprising number of generations.
Well, and even if it was a global thing and they all disappeared at the exact same time, statistically, the odds that the very last one got fossilized is very small. And then, like you just said, usually it doesn't all happen everywhere all at once.
No.
So there certainly could have been lingerers. These studies are, it sounds like they might be suggesting significant, a few thousand years past what we thought. Which is interesting because it can adjust our understanding of the timeline of extinction, which can help us better understand causes and patterns of extinction.
Yep.
Was it a more gradual extinction, and does that line up with environmental effects? Does that line up with human activity? How does that help us tease out those patterns?
Next question is from Levin, who asks, how did big theropods like Allosaurus hunt? It's always said that some of them were ambush hunters, but how does a 3-meter tall animal ambush anything?
Very good question.
It's an important question.
Well, it's important first to understand what an ambush hunter is. That doesn't mean it's not like a trapdoor spider every time.
Yes.
That they're like hiding in a bush and then jumping out. Ambush often just means you're getting close. You're finding a way to get close to your prey as much as possible before you actually have to jump out and get them.
Yes. Because it could be a thing where, like lions come to mind. Mm-hmm. Lions ambush their prey, but they don't ambush like a crocodile does, where my ambush also includes my biting you.
Right.
Well,
and like a snake, most snakes that are ambush hunters, it's like, I've been sitting here for 3 days, and eventually something will walk by me and I'll be able to grab it.
Yes. But like a lion's ambush is, I've snuck within only 20 yards from you instead of the 100 yards I saw you from.
Right.
And now I'm close enough that I can hopefully sprint up on you before you can sprint away from me. So it could just be that they're waiting in the tree line next to the water hole. They're not close because they're huge, but they're close enough that they might be able to just outrun fast enough their prey before they can turn from the water and start to run.
Well, it makes me think, you said lions, I was thinking tigers, because tigers live in more densely forested, right, the jungle, I'm thinking. And I have heard accounts of people in dense enough jungle that they will be snuck up on by elephants.
Oh, yes.
Because in an environment where there's enough obstructing your view, and there's enough ambient noise to potentially drown out the careful movements of something else, a several ton animal can still manage to sneak up on you.
Yes. So there's definitely areas where it can work. I think it also is worth noting that a lot of things they'd be hunting are also very big.
Yes.
So it's not like they're trying to ambush a small little spry thing. Their prey is also big.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that they were ambushing, but there are ways that ambush could be utilized for even big animals.
Right. I mean, a tiger, a bear, these are big animals, a crocodile, and they can pull it off. So they would have had to have some sort of technique. But they could have done it. I believe in them. Next question from Matthew, who asks, if you guys could produce your own blockbuster dinosaur movie, how would you want to make it? This is a good question.
Yeah. I mean, the first thought that pops into my mind, just because I feel like it's a shame we haven't gotten a good on-screen version of it, is Dinotopia.
Yeah.
That's the first thing that jumps to mind. I mean, there's tons of like inaccuracies now, and things that wouldn't work, like riding pterosaurs, which we talked about at one point. But that's the first one that pops in my head. I'm trying to think of what other kind of stories I'd like to tell.
I have long thought that if I were going to do a dinosaur movie, I would want it to be Jumanji, but with ancient stuff.
Yep.
Because then you get to pick and choose whatever you want. You get to have all sorts of stuff. And then I used to have this thought of doing it as a trilogy that I have more detailed thoughts on that I won't go into now. But that, it would be basically Jumanji the first time, and then maybe it would be more of a worldwide phenomenon. My second movie would be that the game gets made into an online game.
Nice.
And then it carries the magic or whatever, and now dinosaurs are everywhere.
Well, it's primeval at that point.
And then it's absolutely, then it's primeval. And then the third movie would be that the whole world has now been changed because all of these ancient animals are basically gotten stuck here.
Yeah.
So Universal stole my idea.
Yep.
In the Jurassic World Dominion. Clearly, I'll be waiting for my royalties.
Well, see, but if we did it with your way, we could have done the first two, and then with the third one, instead of it being right after everything's changed, it could be down the line, and then we could do my Dinotopia movie.
Exactly. Absolutely. See, we got the whole thing. Hey, dear listeners, how would you make a blockbuster dinosaur movie?
Oh, yes.
Let's get ideas.
Next up, Steph asks, besides research, what other jobs are out there for paleontologists?
Oh, good question. So yes, research is one of the classics.
That's the default that a lot of people think of.
There is teaching. A lot of researchers are also professors. Of course, there's science communication, like us and our friend David from the earlier question. There are plenty of museum jobs.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
A lot of our friends, for example, are preparators, so they work in the fossil prep lab, or field managers, or collections managers, all the different steps sort of before research.
Well, working with acquiring and repairing and protecting and collect and storing the actual fossils, but not necessarily doing research on said fossils.
Right. There are also paleo artists, like our friend Gabriel from episode 64, and our friend Rob, who has done some art for us, our logo and such. And a lot of those people, often if they want to, can end up getting involved in research.
Yes.
So we've known plenty of preparators and paleo artists who aren't predominantly involved in research, but will end up every now and then being part of a research project.
Yeah. So there's lots of things around it. And then, you do have specific examples of people who have brought in a technique of computer science or engineering into paleontological research.
Well, our colleague Trevor is a mitigation paleontologist.
Yes.
That his job is to follow around construction crews and such and make sure that they are being safe and appropriate if they come across fossils and things like that. There's also paleontology knowledge is also very handy in geological jobs like oil and coal and natural gas, not prospecting, but, location and excavation and things like that.
Indeed.
Our next question comes from Serpentine, who asks, when is a paleontologist a paleontologist? This sounds like the start of a riddle.
Right.
When is a paleontologist not a paleontologist? To answer yes to the question, are you a paleontologist? Do you need to be published, have a degree, work in a paleontology-related field or organization, is a tour guide in a dinosaur museum, or a volunteer on digs a paleontologist?
That's a very good question.
It's a great question. I have strong opinions about this.
I was going to say, and my definition has definitely changed from my younger years to more recent. I used to be much more in the camp of to call oneself a scientist, you must have participated in furthering science.
Right.
Whether it's publishing a research paper or, even attempting to, that you've done research, that you've done the act of science of asking a question, doing the research to try to answer said question, and then writing all that down.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, I'm when it comes to paleontology, especially since, as we just mentioned, it's a wide a group of professions that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I have a strict definition these days.
Well, I think that one part of the issue is that the word scientist doesn't really have a strict definition. Right? In general, right? A scientist is a person who does science, and a paleontologist is a scientist who studies and furthers our understanding of the ancient past, life of the ancient past, using scientific methods.
Yep.
But where exactly the line is on that is extremely vague. And, over time, I've met a number of different people that have a number of different sort of perspectives. There are people who would say you have to be published.
Yeah.
And there are people who say that you have to have a degree to be paleontologists. And any hardline definition you draw, you're gonna find problems with it.
Yes.
Right, you're gonna find someone who is the leading expert on a particular fossil site, but just never actually published their information. Or you're gonna find someone who is extremely skilled, but just doesn't happen to have a degree. Right? If you draw the line at PhD, then neither one of us is a paleontologist.
Yep.
And we would like to contend that we've put in the time and have the knowledge to use the title. And I think that for me, the more I think about it and the more the question comes up, the more it seems to me that this question only comes up really when considering who is excluded from paleontologist.
Yeah.
Like when I hear this question come up, it usually isn't like, well, yeah, who all do we get to involve?
It's not asking who do we include.
Yeah, it really is saying, does this person get to count?
Yeah. The question, who is a paleontologist, is exactly the same as who isn't a paleontologist.
And that really, I remember the day that I made a decision about how I feel about this. I was in the museum, and I was talking to a couple of our friends who were students, and one of them was one of our top fossil preparators in the lab. And I was on a tour, and I called her a paleont. I said, yeah, this is one of the paleontologists that works here. And afterwards, she came up to me, we were after the tour in the same place, and she said, I noticed you call me a paleontologist, and that's weird a little because I don't consider myself that. I'm a preparator, but not really a paleontologist. And I said, well, you're doing research and you're furthering our understanding of fossils and you're following scientific methods to do all this. And she's, I said, I think that makes you count. Like, I don't think you need your degree or anything or to be published to count. And she said, well, not everybody thinks that.
Mm-hmm.
In reference to the people that she wants to go work with at other schools. And that was the moment that kind of made me go, yeah, all this semantic nitpicking of where the line is really doing is making young people like this and quote amateur or beginner or whatever feel kind of left out. So my logic these days is if you're a 4-year-old and you found some fossils and you identified those fossils looking at a book and you followed proper methods to get the fossil out safely and identified it using the shapes on the body, and in doing so you furthered our understanding or confirmed our understanding of what lives in that area, congratulations, you're a paleontologist.
Yeah.
I don't see any value in restricting the definition. And I guess that there is a sort of counter argument to be said, well, then anybody can call themselves a paleontologist. To which I say, yeah, that's when you're like gonna try to get a job or something or prove yourself worthy to give a lecture at a university, the credentials they're checking are not if you call yourself a paleontologist or not. They're going to check your history and your experience, whatever that is.
Well, and it's hard not to feel like the only reason people would want to strictly define this term is to solidify themselves as a paleontologist and define who they are separate from that.
Right.
The only reason it would bug you that everyone can be a paleontologist is because now it doesn't make you being a paleontologist as special.
And again, if you want to prove your worth, if you have a experience, a background of experience, you point to that, whether it's a degree or whatever it is. That's your credentials more so than just the label.
Yeah.
So in answer to Serpentine's question, if you work at a paleontology-related organization, or if you're a volunteer on digs, or if you're a tour guide, if you personally feel like you have built up the credentials to call yourself a person engaged in the science of examining life of the ancient past, you are a paleontologist. Go for it.
The way I'd voice it is anyone who furthers the field of paleontology, whether through knowledge or through spreading that knowledge or through demonstrating that knowledge in art. Like, that's furthering it. That's getting the message out there. That's furthering the ideas. That's enabling the discussion. That's furthering paleontology. It's helping. Whether or not you're a degree holder, you're still helping paleontology.
I definitely favor a more inclusive concept of any of these labels.
Yeah.
So, great question. Thank you for asking that, Serpentine. I when I saw that question pop up, I went, ooh, excellent. I happen to have a soapbox just for this.
Next question is from Renee, who asks, who is the best X-Men character and why is it Nightcrawler?
Oh, excellent question.
Nightcrawler really is way up there.
Nightcrawler is great.
Nightcrawler's fantastic, especially after X-Men 2 came out. That further solidified Nightcrawler as way up on the list.
Absolutely. Nightcrawler is a very cool X-Men character.
But Beast is the best.
Well, that's... Beast is also way up there. Now, this does raise the question of what counts as an X-Men character. Is it a member of the X-Men?
They have to be published professors at the X-Men.
They have to further the mutant cause. Are they a member of the X-Men team? Are they a character that interacts with the X-Men? Is it just any Marvel mutant? In any of those cases, the answer is Magneto. Magneto's the best X-Men character. Magneto's great. Magneto might be my favorite comic book character of all time.
Magneto is fantastic.
I love him.
As far as the main team, though, Beast is always my favorite X-Man.
Beast is,
X-Men team member.
Now, I will roll out my comics knowledge, which I don't do very often. Magneto has been part of the X-Men team.
Yes.
From time to time. There was at least one period of time I want to say this was like the 80s, where Magneto took Charles Xavier's place as the head of the school, and thus the leader of the X-Men.
Mm-hmm.
So, haha, yeah, Magneto. Yeah. If I get to choose a second one, and Will knows this, and this is a more farther removed, because I don't think this person has ever actually been an X-Man. I love Jamie Madrox's Multiple Man.
Multiple Man.
I've been having such a good time reading Multiple Man stuff in comics. Writers just have such a great time messing around with his powers.
Also, if anyone's wondering why Beast is my favorite, he's a smart person who's extremely agile and can climb walls.
Right. He's got some of the best parts of Spider-Man's powers.
Yep.
And he's a big, smart, hairy dude.
Yep. You look like a big, furry cat bear man, depending on how people draw you. And then you can do all the Spider-Man stuff, but with a British accent.
I have been reading a bunch of X-Men comics recently on the Marvel Unlimited app. Other apps are available. And thinking about... This is a game that Will and I and our friends will play every now and then of if we were characters in this fictional setting, who would we be? And every now and then a Beast scene will come up and I'm like, yeah, that Will is Beast. You are absolutely Beast.
Yep. It's anytime they start a scene of him hanging upside down from something, I was like, well, yeah, why wouldn't you?
While doing some science.
He's got hand feet. He can do stuff with his feet. I wanted hand feet my whole life.
All right. Thank you for that question, Renee. That was a lot of fun. Our next question comes from Kylie. Viviparity has evolved countless times in reptiles, viviparity being live birth, but not a single time in birds, as far as we know. If ever there were a bird that should be giving birth to live young, it's the emperor penguin. Are there any theories about why even flightless aquatic birds haven't figured out how to ditch the egg-laying process? I feel like penguins have had plenty of time to sort it out, but they haven't.
That's a very good question. I know that one of the ideas with egg-laying in birds is that it is a way to ditch weight quickly. So that you can lay the egg and then the rest of the pregnancy process happens outside your body. So now you can go back to flying.
Right. But there are plenty of birds that don't fly.
Exactly. But with flightless birds like penguins, the first thought that comes to mind is that it may just be so ancestrally ingrained that if you started out as a flying group and egg laying was dire to being able to be a successful flying group, that it may just be really, really ingrained in your DNA.
Well, I mean, I would go and follow that even further and extend out to the fact that we don't know of any dinosaurs in the whole dinosaur family tree that switched over to live birth. We don't know of any pterosaurs who did it. I think the marine crocs are thought to have done it. Mm-hmm. So there are archosaurs who have done it. But it might just be that there's something about, like you said, maybe it's deep in the genetics or something in the reproductive habits of dinosaurs or the style of egg or something in their physiology that just makes it particularly difficult for them to make that switch from eggs to live birth.
Which also makes me wonder, because the marine croc comment, we see this with lots of secondarily aquatic animals.
Yes.
That they show signs of live birth because as soon as you turn your arms and legs completely into flippers, you've made it much more difficult to lay your eggs on dry land.
And if you're a vertebrate, if you're an amniote, if you're a reptile or mammal or bird, you have the egg that is designed to be laid on land.
Yeah, that it was evolved while on dry land, so it is not equipped to be underwater. So we see live birth come up so you don't drown your eggs. Minus sea turtles.
Right, who are doing their weird thing.
Yep. Which makes me wonder if maybe we haven't seen live birth in penguins because they haven't gone quite aquatic enough to push them to meet it, or if that's why they haven't gone quite aquatic enough they've retained feet because they have to still be able to walk around because they can't move away from the egg.
Interesting.
It's
a penguin and an egg scenario.
Yeah. I don't know though.
Interesting. Cool question.
Absolutely. Our next cool question is from Nathan, who asks, what's your favorite dinosaur behavior quirk in the Jurassic Park franchise that the writers got right?
Ooh, interesting. Our favorite behavior that they got right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, famously, of course, there are things like herding.
Yep.
Which is something that we have very good evidence that the dinosaurs would have done. I do like, so this is another in Jurassic Park. We have the singing brachiosaurs.
Yep.
And now we don't know if brachiosaurs sang, but we do have pretty good evidence that at least a number of dinosaurs were vocal in their communication style.
Yeah, there's lots of clues that suggest that they had the ability to make very complex noises and the ability to receive and hear very complex noises.
Sure.
So yeah, I like that one. I like that we see childcare in
a
number
yes.
of groups.
Especially, actually, that's one of my... I've always really appreciated the moment at the end of The Lost World.
Yep.
Where the adult T-Rex is teaching the baby T-Rex how to hunt.
Yes.
And again, we don't know for sure that they did that,
Mm-hmm.
but it is a very plausible concept that you don't often see in dinosaur depictions.
And even though they're monstrified, we have nesting pterosaurs.
We sure do.
Pteranodons in the third one. So yeah, I like that they have the stegosaur as well. We have childcare.
Same movie.
But those are the big ones that jump out.
Yeah. Also, I will mention, this comes up with the Dilophosaurus in the first Jurassic Park and the Indominus, to an extent, in Jurassic World, that they are animals that when you go to the zoo, you can't see them in the enclosure.
Yes.
That would absolutely be true.
Yep.
Because that's how animals work.
Yep.
Next up is a question from Kay, who asks, if you could conduct a paleontological dig, where would it be and what would you hope to find?
If I could conduct a paleontological dig, the first place that popped in mind would be in Australia.
Sure.
So I could find terrestrial crocs.
I would want to go to the Jurassic sites that are most likely to have the earliest ancestral snakes.
Yes. Yep. There you go.
Or the Western Interior Seaway for Mosasaurs. Because, yeah.
Well, and half my reason is I get to go back to Australia.
That's true.
I love it there.
That is another great point. As I will also go dig for snakes in Australia. That's what I would like. Or if I want to go the complete opposite, like somewhere in Antarctica that hasn't been examined.
Yeah.
To find whatever's there.
Yes. Yep. Just
unknown
anything.
Places. I don't know that I'd actually want to go dig in Antarctica.
You don't want to hang out in Antarctica?
No, I could go ask the penguins why they're not given live birth.
That's one where Antarctica's on my list of places that I don't necessarily want to go on an expedition, but I wouldn't mind to have said I've been to Antarctica.
Yes.
Just so I can go, ooh, that is cold.
Yeah. Ooh, actually, speaking of places we don't actually want to go, here's a tricky answer to that one. Mars.
Ooh, yeah, there you go.
And what do I want to find? Literally anything.
Yeah, a fossil.
A fossil.
We can only hope. Lawrence asks our next question. I've heard that we share 99% of our DNA with chimpanzees. I've also heard that up to 8% of our DNA is Neanderthal. This seems to me a contradiction. What am I missing?
Yes. So these are commonly cited statistics that we're 98 or 99% DNA similar with chimps and Neanderthals. I often hear that it's the average non-African human, right, European and Asian descent, shares up to 4 to 6% or has 4 to 6% Neanderthal genes. These are percentages being used in a different way. So what these typically mean is the 99% similarity to chimps is if you took sort of a random human being's DNA,
the average human,
and the average chimp, and just listed out all the base pairs, all the A's, C's, T's, and G's.
Line them up next to each other.
Right next to each other, you would find that the sequences are about 99% the same. There are different ways to measure this, and I think that number, at least in some cases, has been cited as just comparing each nucleotide to the next one, each A to an A and T to a T, and that gives you something like 99%. If you put two human beings next to each other like that, you'd get almost no difference. The percentage difference would be 0 point something extremely tiny.
Yes.
With Neanderthals, some early humans interbred with Neanderthals. Mm-hmm. So certain entire chunks of our genome are exact matches to Neanderthals.
Yeah, well, it's like saying that many people on the planet have a little bit of Genghis Khan
right
in their genetics. It's not that similarity that literally Genghis Khan genes that have been carried through the generations.
We inherited specific chunks of our DNA. So if you put Homo sapiens next to Homo neanderthalensis, the chimp style, you'd get something like 99.7% similarity or something like that. But for certain human beings, like us, your humble hosts, up to 4% of the genome is made up of entire chunks that are a 100% match to Neanderthals within that chunk.
Yeah, it's that we got 4% of our DNA from Neanderthal ancestors, old Neanderthals.
So the way I've read it described is, a way to think about it is that most of our DNA is 99.7% or whatever a match with Neanderthals, and up to 4% or whatever of an average person's DNA is going to be 100% a match.
Yeah, is from them.
From Neanderthals. So yes, I hope that clears it up. The chimps are comparing ancestry. The Neanderthal is we got those genes directly from them.
Yeah, heredity.
Next up, Nolan asks, what is each of your favorite common misconception about ancient or modern animals or just science in general? For example, mine is, and I learned this listening to Common Descent, that not only did T-Rex probably not have poor vision, like in Jurassic Park, it may have had some of the best eyesight of all terrestrial predators. Yes, we talked about that in episode 120. A favorite common misconception.
That's a good example.
I do really like that one.
That's a good one.
You did, Nolan, you stole mine.
See, the one that always pops into my head is it's not quite as poetically ironic as that one, but mutation in general, because so often the term mutation and mutants,
right, like Nightcrawler,
it's so widely misunderstood. Like, oh, do you think it might be a mutated version of that animal?
Right.
That's not what that means. Like,
right. We're all mutated versions of an animal.
Yes. It's that big shark is not a mutated great white.
Right.
It's probably a basking shark.
Well, one that has come up in a very similar line that I've noticed in recent years is way more common than I thought, is that there is a similar misconception about the idea of hybrids.
Yes, that was the other one.
That I have come across a number of people at the museum in recent years who, so often like a tapir, right? We talk about tapirs at the museum, and people love to describe animals as a cross. Oh, it looks like a cross between a horse and a pig. It looks like a cross between a lion and a dolphin. I don't know, whatever the animal is that you're comparing. And I'm starting to get the impression that there are a lot of people who actually think that is what some animals are.
Oh, because I've been asked that.
Same.
Like, could it be a hybrid between?
Right. Is a pig and a horse? Did they make this hybrid?
Yep.
And that's how you got that species. I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite common misconceptions because I don't like it. I wish that it weren't.
Well, and that's like, I'm not happy about the misconception with mutants, but both that and the hybridization, I am supremely intrigued by, because that's so often how those two things are portrayed in media.
Yes.
In comic books and in video games and all those things, because it's such an easy way to make monsters. And it just is, it's very intriguing to me that when it is used in those things, it's always ridiculous.
Right.
Like, oh, it's mutated, now it breathes fire.
Right. Now it can teleport by traveling through a weird hell dimension.
Yeah, but that is by far the more common way you hear crosses between animals and mutations of life discussed. So there are a bunch of people who are like, but could it?
Right.
Which is intriguing.
Oh, here's another one this is one of my old favorites. The idea that bulls get angry when they see the color red.
Yep.
This has a similar feel to Nolan's example because, in all likelihood, bulls can't see red.
Yes, there you go. Okay, on that note, probably my favorite is that you have to run away from alligators zigzag. Which is always hilarious to me. The proper way, if you ask 90% of Floridians and people who live around alligators, how do you run away from an alligator? They'll go zigzag. You got to run zigzag. Right. And then it is fascinating to watch their reaction when you tell them, no, you don't need to run zigzag. You don't need to run.
Right. You don't even need to run.
Alligators don't chase people. That's not what they do. That's not how they function.
Unless you're in the water,
Yeah.
in which case you should definitely not zigzag.
Yeah, no. and the way you break it down is very quickly for people when they're like, yeah, but it's what I heard. So, all right, if a dog chases you, how are you going to run?
Right.
In a straight line?
Right.
That's how you should always run away from stuff. The only time you should run zigzag is if you're being shot at.
Right. Right. If that alligator's got a gun,
serpentine.
You start
Serpentine.
zigging and zagging.
But yeah, no. That they have binocular vision. You're not going in and out of their periphery. They can't. It's not that they have poor turning. They just aren't going to chase you.
Right. Oh man, I have a list somewhere of my favorite common misconceptions. I'm
Yeah.
sure I'll think of more later.
Keziah asks, why are organisms that like uncooked meat so nasty? E. coli, Salmonella, Trichinella, etc.
Good question. I think that first we should acknowledge that those are a few examples.
Yes.
Lots of organisms like uncooked meat, and most of them are benign.
Yep.
You know, mostly they're flies and other bacteria
Yeah.
and things like that.
Well, a lot of the same things that like cooked meat.
Yes, exactly. Those are things that, I mean, there are especially nasty bacteria in all sorts of places. Those happen to be the nasty ones among the bacteria that like uncooked meat.
The other part of this, though, that I think is worth pointing out is these things are nasty to us.
Yes.
Not a lot of other things that like uncooked meat, like dogs and cats and most predators.
Right. That's true.
And that they are one of the reasons we cook meat is to kill those things.
Yes, exactly.
So it's I don't know necessarily that it's so much they dislike uncooked meat, but that they aren't there after we cook it.
Right. They can't survive the cooking process.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that they're only nasty to us and some other groups. Like,
yep.
Most other things are fine.
And they're not even nasty all the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of the time they're not particularly nasty. So this, you know, yeah, they are the ones that have the highest nasty potential.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it has more to do with us than it does nasty things liking uncooked meat. We are just so used to thinking of uncooked meat as dangerous because we've been cooking meat for thousands of years. But, you know, at some point, our ancestors were eating uncooked meat before they were cooking it. But we started cooking it because it makes it easier to chew and digest. You can get more stuff out of it. It kills the particularly dangerous ones. And it's very likely that over time we lost the toughness against some of these. A lot of these have probably become more nasty to us because of us cooking.
Yeah.
So that's probably why.
Sam asks, which obscure marine invertebrate would make the best kaiju? Sea spider, chitin, sea lily, or salp? Now, Will, as the ocean guy, I'm going to have to ask you, for our listeners, for any listeners who don't know, because I know, what are all of those things?
All right, so the only one I'm fuzzy on is a salp. I know I've known it, but
yes.
I'm not remembering right now. So we might have to look that up real quick. So sea spiders are a group of crustaceans that have these branchy, jointed legs. They look they look like they're made out of pipe cleaners, and are not spiders, but they are spider-esque in that they have lots of little spindly legs coming off a tiny body. Chitins, which are cousins of snails, so they've got that snail foot, but then instead of having a shell, they've got a area of armor on the back that is sectioned plates, like flexible section of plates of armor. Sea lilies are crinoids. We've talked about them tons and tons.
They look kind of like flowers, and the ones without stalks look like flowers without stalks.
That swim.
Flappy arms.
And salps, yeah. So salps are these jelly-like organisms that filter feed, but they'll group together in these big, long chains. And I don't know a lot about them. I think they're cnidarians.
Looks like it.
That's my memory.
They are tunicates.
Tunicates? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, how about that?
So I don't know enough about them, so they aren't going to be my vote.
I want a kaiju crinoid.
Kaiju crinoid would be cool.
Just a giant Audrey 2 crinoid.
Yep. Sea spiders, like crustaceans, make great crinoids. Arthropods in general.
Kaiju.
Yep.
Kaiju. They don't make good crinoids at all, actually.
Yeah. Arthropods in general make great kaijus.
They sure do.
So a sea spider would be really cool. It'd just be all these legs and just walking around all creepy. Chitin's the one I want.
Yeah.
Because then it would just be this massive armored bulk, like mountain, like a moving hill that just is devouring, just vacuuming up everything in front of it and leaving smooth ground behind it.
I think the Salps would be kind of like the Blob.
Yeah. Our next question comes from Slam Jambert, the Slam Jam Chief with the Slam Jam belief.
Hi, Slam Jambert.
Hey. Who asks, or who says, you are forced to be reincarnated as an insect for your next 101 lives. Which species do you choose? I'm of two minds.
Same. Yep, and it's probably the same two minds.
Either I want to be something real cool.
Yeah.
Which is like praying mantis or something like
Dragonfly.
that.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be just an awesome predator.
Or something that lives an extremely short life.
Yeah. Like,
whatever the shortest lifespan of an insect is, let's get this over with real quick.
Like an aphid.
Right.
Or
like certain flies.
Yeah, fruit flies, mayflies.
Well, mayflies can spend years as larvae.
I was about to say, they live a long time. I don't remember. I think fleas.
Oh, yeah, that's probably
Fleas are probably pretty good.
I bet if you look at the really tiny stuff.
Yep.
Like, what were those? Fairy flies.
I was about to say, I wonder how long fairy flies live.
Probably not long at all.
Yeah.
That might be a handy... We'll be done in a few years.
We'll be done in the length of an episode.
Right.
Yeah, so I lean toward... Let's get those lives out of the way.
Right. But a dragonfly is awesome as both larva and adult.
Yep.
Just a top predator in both cases.
Then I get to fly, get to hover... Dragonfly's way up there. Praying mantis. Those would be my two. Yeah. Yep. These are the great questions of our age.
These are the real philosophical quandaries. Sully asks, when we say a fossil was found in modern day insert country, do we mean the longitudinal latitudinal plot on the Earth or the very landmass itself when accounting for continental drift?
Yeah, so typically the way that's referring is saying it was found in modern-day China, so it's found in China as we know it today.
Right.
But depending on the age, wherever that land was at that time, it would have been somewhere else due to drift.
Right. If we say it was found in China, that means that a person literally found the fossil in the country of China. They were in China when they found the fossil.
But it doesn't mean that animal was living in that part of the globe.
Right. They were living on that landmass.
Yes.
That's where they left their bones. But yes, the continent may have moved. Oftentimes you'll hear it said, it'll be something like, this fossil was found in Montana in the United States, which at the time was near the equator.
Yeah. Or another reason that it's good to mention that we're saying modern day, Montana, or modern day, mid of the U.S., because at some points it was underwater.
Yes.
And that, even if it was basically where it is now, which it pretty much was at that point, but it wasn't as it is now.
Yes.
So just emphasizing that we're talking about the modern location, that doesn't mean you can picture that animal roaming around Montana as you know it.
Right.
That won't be accurate. Lydia asks, if you could record one episode on location, where would it be and what would the topic be? No time travel, but also no financial limits. Visiting a previous topic is allowed.
I like the specifications.
Yes.
If we could record an episode on location, we could go to the Croc farm.
Yeah.
And re-record the episode on Crocs.
That would be cool.
Any of our location episodes.
Yeah.
So, like, the Hell Creek, that'd be pretty cool. We actually did record the Fossil Prep Lab episode on location in the Fossil Prep Lab.
Yep.
Episode 13. That actually was recorded on location.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of cool places we've already talked about or cool places we can talk about.
The deep sea.
I'm partially thinking of this as a vacation guide. Where would I want to go? Then have to, and then talk about something for 2 hours.
Mars.
I was going to say, we've done Antarctica.
We did it. Yeah, we absolutely did.
Everything leads back to Antarctica.
It would be a lot of fun. So, like, we did our La Brea episode. It'd be a lot of fun to do those. And we did record a bit on location.
Yes.
Over there for our bonus episode. But it'd be very cool to like go to the Smithsonian and record a Smithsonian episode. Or
Ashfall or something
exactly,
like that.
Things like that.
That was where my brain was going.
Jim asks, what is the least accurate depiction of science or nature you've seen in media, but still enjoy because it's either been entertaining or well written?
The least accurate depiction.
The least accurate.
That I still enjoy.
I mean, Godzilla is pretty
Yep.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Any of the kaiju stuff. Well,
Star Wars.
Yeah, I was about to say, accuracy, you reach a point where it's so fantasy that I don't even think of it in terms of accuracy anymore. So, like, yeah, Star Wars, a lot of, like, the Marvels and the other superhero movies, basically anything cartoon are often extremely inaccurate, but also they're totally fantasy and unrealistic, so they're not trying to be accurate.
But if you mean, like, things that are actually portraying real stuff,
Right.
and putting forth a modicum of,
of effort.
Or of, pretending to be.
Right.
I
always bring up the movie Evolution.
Evolutions.
As one of my favorite dumb movies. And it's tons of fun science-wise.
Land Before Time is probably...
Yeah.
Like...
That's a good choice.
That's probably my answer.
Or like King Kong.
Yeah.
King Kong would be a good choice for me.
Well, the reason I picked Land Before Time is because it is pretending to show the ancient world.
That's true.
Like, it's not... There's no monsters, there's no aliens, there's no in-universe fantastical thing. It's just supposed to be dinosaurs.
Right.
But everything's wrong.
Oh, it's so wrong.
Every bit of it's wrong.
But at the same time, it's Land Before Time.
But I also absolutely love it. I'll watch it anytime anyone asks. So, like, yeah, that's the one that comes to mind. Next question is from the Paleodontist. I learned recently about transgenerational epigenetic inheritance, i.e. the passing on of epigenetic information from parent to offspring. This seems eerily close to Lamarckian evolution. How are the two distinct, or have I perhaps misunderstood?
This is a good question. I've heard this comparison made. So, Lamarckian evolution, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck from back in the Darwin days, famously known for the concept of inheritance of acquired characteristics.
Yep.
That if an organism during its life acquires a change, it can pass that change on to its offspring. The classic example being the giraffe stretching its neck over its life and then having an offspring with a slightly stretchier neck.
Yep.
Epigenetic inheritance is the modern understanding that there are certain changes to our DNA, any living organism, that can in fact be inherited by offspring.
Well, and so epigenetics is changes that happen to your DNA or switching on and off of certain traits of your DNA that happen during your life.
Right. And they're not the actual DNA sequence changing. They're more like tags.
It's the expression and the amount of expression of certain aspects of your DNA.
Right. And it is a physical change.
Yeah.
But it's not to the sequence, it's to aspects of specific parts of it.
So the exact expression of your genetics can change in your lifetime.
Yes.
That's what epigenetics is. This is evidently epigenetic changes that happen in your lifetime that then can be passed on to your kids.
So it is, to an extent, an inheritance of an acquired characteristic. But this is a great opportunity to point out that Lamarck is known for that. That's sort of his legacy. But that's not really what his thing was.
Yeah.
Like, Lamarck was a pioneer of a lot of different ideas, some of which are outdated now. But his whole thing of inheritance of acquired characteristics was a relatively minor aspect of his general evolution. I read one article that described that he would not expect to have been remembered for that idea.
Yes.
And that the sort of very simplistic idea of that we often cite is taken from a very limited sample of his actual writing. So oftentimes epigenetic inheritance will come up in the context of people being like, whoa, Lamarck was right after all. And I mean, kind of, but not really. That wasn't like, it's not like we've gone back 200 years in evolutionary study. It's acquired inherited characteristics, but it's not a major shakeup like people will make it sound like.
And also, taken in that example of the giraffe, and often what is discussed when you come upon that chapter, or that part of the chapter in your books, is that the idea was that through your behavior, like if I buff up, if I just weightlift and build my muscle mass, that's a characteristic I acquired through my behavior, and now my baby will be more musculature.
Right.
Like, muscular, and have the ability to build up muscle mass more easily. That's not what's happening here. These are things that happen to you by the environmental situation you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, epigenetics isn't me going, well, if I eat a lot of this, or if I...
And that was a big part of Lamarck's thing, was changes in response to a need. That an organism would have a need in order to survive in its environment, and a change would occur because it needed it.
Yes. So it was a purposefully acquired trait.
Yes. So epigenetic inheritance is not Lamarckian evolution, because there was more to Lamarck's concepts.
Yeah, epigenetics is often kind of circumstantial and almost not random, I don't want to say, but it's like, it is not a one-to-one. If you've experienced this, it'll switch this way, and now you can do this.
Right.
It's often things you won't notice, and things that are kind of weird relations.
Gorberg asks, is there any weird or obscure group of animals, especially invertebrates, you guys like?
Oh, I mean...
Absolutely.
Definitely. Now I just have to think of one.
I am a big fan of the zombie barnacles.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The ones that take root and crabs and force them to take care of the barnacles' babies.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
I really like mole things. Mole crickets, mole crabs, diggers. Diggers are neat.
Yeah, yeah.
They're just so weirdly shaped compared to the other members in their group, because go underground is weird.
Crinoids are very cool.
Mm-hmm.
They are weird and obscure. As far as... I'm trying to think of extinct things. Because there are cool extinct weird... I mean, everything in the Ediacaran
yes, right.
is weird and obscure and very exciting. All those cave-adapted organisms that we talked about in episode 112, very cool.
Yep. Those are good ones. I do like a lot of those. No, there's a bunch of them. If you all tell us cool, obscure groups,
right, we'll give it a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yes, and we will let you know which ones. Colin asks, what was the hardest and best parts of graduate school for you guys?
Ooh, that's a cool question. The best part, I mean, I'm gonna give a sort of big philosophical answer, but also a like direct literal answer. I really liked teaching.
Yeah.
I loved getting to TA classes and do labs and work at the museum. And that ties into my philosophical answer, which is that the best part of graduate school is that it taught me what I want to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I started off on one path and ended off on a slightly different path. And that's the path I've continued on, which was a really nice aspect of grad school.
No, I definitely would agree with that. I'd say one of the things I liked most about it was there's something very, very cool. And you get to this in college, but grad school is a whole nother level of being in a peer group and ergo oftentimes friend group of extremely, if not always like-minded in personality, but like you are all there for a very, very specific, similar reason.
Right.
And so like it's fun to just get to hang out with a bunch, like a large number of other paleontologists or whatever you're going to grad school for.
You go from being the fossil guy in your group of friends in high school, college, to being part of a group of fossil people.
To being the alligator guy.
Right, the alligator fossil guy.
And yeah, that was very cool.
As far as the hardest parts...
For me, I mean, and this would not be the case for everyone who goes through it. For me, my thesis might have been... I didn't like seriously struggle to where it's like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. But like, that was tough. I had to go back to the drawing board a couple of times, and that was a struggle.
Well, and I think kind of along those lines, and this is cheating because it's the same as my answer before, but learning that I didn't want to do the thing.
Yeah, having to divert.
Yeah, that I was on a path that wasn't what I wanted. So I said that I really liked doing the teaching, and I used to put off doing my research stuff to spend more time preparing like PowerPoint slides for classes and stuff because I liked that so much. And there was a period of conflict where I was like, I'm not doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing. I'm here to do research and to become a professional and become a researcher. And I'm not really getting as engaged in it as I thought.
Kind of, it feels almost like failing at an aspect of it.
Yeah. On the road to learning that, well, yeah, that's because that's not the thing I want to do.
Yeah. A similar vein of that I struggled with very much at the beginning was aggressive imposter syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
Because as cool as it is to be in a peer group of other scientists or like-minded people who are wanting to be professionals in the field you're interested in, it also means that you're jumping into a group of at least some of them have been there a year or more than you.
Yep.
And so they're established, they're comfortable with it, they know the professors.
A lot of them have a different background than you,
Yeah.
and in some cases much more experience.
You're also now working with professors who are not, at a college level, typically it's like, here's the physics professor, here's the statistics professor, here's this English literature professor, but now you're working with like 2 or 3 professors who are all specialists and have been doing this for years of the thing you're hoping to do. So it can be very, very easy to get trapped in I don't even know if I should be here.
Right.
Which you're fine. You're doing okay. For everyone who's ever feeling that, that's the first big hurdle you have to get over. But man, yeah, that was tough.
Also, administrative stuff at a university is awful.
Ugh.
Just the weird bureaucracy,
paperwork.
That it was just what a pain in the butt.
Though on the flip side of that, being on a campus but not being a college student was surprisingly freeing to be walking around and being like, I got one thing to worry about.
Yep. Best parts, fast food, right across the street.
Yes.
Our next question's from Ben. Ben posits a scenario. You get the opportunity to travel back in time and spend a year becoming the foremost expert on one extinct species. You are given all the equipment, provisions, and living accommodations you require to survive whenever and wherever you are. When and where do you go, and what species would you like to study?
Oh, I know one that comes to my mind right away.
Yeah.
And this is one where it is purely selfish.
Of course.
This is not one that I think we are significantly lacking dire data on, or that would significantly shift our understanding of everything. But if I can go hang out with Simosuchus for a year, and just get to see this little dog-sized herbivorous land croc walk around being all armored and cute, hey, you know what?
See, I am also torn between wanting to give an answer that's like a profound, like the first organism.
Yeah.
Like go all the way back to the Hadean and find the first technical species and
or like
study that.
Really, let's get to know what Dickinsonia was.
Right, exactly. But I want to say Deinonychus.
Yes.
I just want to go hang out with Deinonychus and learn everything about Deinonychus. Well, and here's a reality. I would be so bored studying the first microorganism.
Yep. And if there's one thing that's true of both educating but also research, is you need to be interested.
I would be interested in Deinonychus for a year easy.
Every day, every hour.
Absolutely. Set up some game cams.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing is, if I can watch Simosuchus, I get to see whatever's hunting it, because it's herbivorous. Well, it's going to be hunted.
That's I'm in the Cretaceous.
Yeah.
And so are you. Hey, we could maybe visit each other. You're in Madagascar, right, Simosuchus?
Yes.
I'll be in North America. And they aren't quite as far apart then as they are now.
No, that's true.
I don't actually know if they coexisted. Simosuchus, if it's Madagascar, there's a good chance it's latest Cretaceous.
I think it was. I'm actually blanking on the dates now.
Deinonychus is earlier. Because most of the famous Cretaceous stuff in Madagascar, episode 40, is much late.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, well, okay, fine. You don't get to hang out with Deinonychus.
Next question's from Michael, who says, non-science question, what do you guys want for Christmas?
Some peace and quiet around here.
So I do actually, my family does Christmas up big, and my mom always makes me and my brother and now Juliet, my sister-in-law, submit Christmas lists so that she can get us stuff, because we're all nerdy.
Right.
And so a lot of our stuff's very like specific, eclectic, this one nerdy toy. Or whatnot. She always makes the comment that my Christmas list looks the exact same it has since I was 8.
Because she hasn't gotten you the stuff you want
Right?
yet.
No. It's Legos, movies, and action figures.
Right.
That has been since I was 8. It still is. They're just more expensive now because I want the fancy, like, Bandai and SH figures. Because I'm pretentious.
Right. I do not do big for Christmas.
Yeah.
My holidays... Will goes home. I've got the apartment to myself. Work closes down. I couldn't run errands even if I wanted to because all the stores are closed. There is no responsibility. There is no nothing. That's what I want, and I'm getting it. Or if I may make an even more sentimental answer, my girlfriend's coming to visit.
Yeah.
This holiday season. That's what I want, and it's going to happen.
That is the thing I'm most excited for this Christmas is me and my family are getting a cabin, and we're all going to be hanging out in a cabin. There's a jacuzzi in the cabin, so I'm going to have Christmas in a jacuzzi, which is going to be fantastic. But as far as stuff, there was one thing on there that I was like, oh, I do really want that. Oh, it was, if any of you remember that alligator dentist game, where you had the alligator toy and its mouth was open, you had to press its teeth in, and then eventually someone would hit the randomized rotten tooth and it would bite your finger.
Right.
There's a Godzilla version of that.
This is the toy version of that one boss battle from Super Mario Sunshine.
Yes, there you go. There's a Godzilla version of that where you push down Godzilla's teeth. And I really want that. It's adorable and silly, and it's great.
Incidentally, we are recording this well before Christmas.
Yeah.
So none of this has happened yet. By the time you all hear this, Christmas will be over.
Yes. So I'll be able to tell you whether or not.
Johnny asks, this is a very similar question to one we just did. If you could go back in a time machine and see one extinct animal in the flesh from a safe distance, which one would you pick, and why would it be Spinosaurus?
I mean, Spinosaurus would be a really good one.
Spinosaurus has that aspect of... Because whenever you get a question like this, part of me wants to go, let's just pick the most controversial, misunderstood, weird thing and just get some answers.
What's our most incomplete fossil that we really would like to know?
I'm very tempted to just say any sauropod.
Yeah. Yep.
Just to see one.
Yep.
Both because, A, that same, whoa, what was that even like? Like, what were they like? But also to have the experience of standing next to
such an immense animal.
An unbelievably large animal. Did the ground move? Like, what? I've stood next to the Patagotitan skeleton in the museum in New York, and just standing next to the skeleton is breathtaking.
Yep. Every time I go to the fern bank and they have the Argentina source, it's the same feeling. Just too big.
I want to go stand next to a titanosaur.
Yeah. Linda asks, if elephants need large ears with lots of blood vessels to help keep them cool, how might Paraceratherium have regulated its temperature given its much larger size?
Good question. We actually mentioned this in episode 129 about rhinos. There was a speculative artwork on the cover of a Prothero book that showed Paraceratherium with big flappy ears like an elephant. So, if you haven't listened to that episode yet, Paraceratherium are the ancient rhinos that look like what a horse would be if it were 20 tons.
Yes.
Huge. And yeah, they absolutely would have had an issue with overheating, just like all large animals do. They didn't necessarily have to have flappy ears. A few answers come to mind. First, now, of course, there were plenty of dinosaurs that were similar sizes that don't appear to have had flappy ears.
Yes.
So, doesn't have to be cooling pads on your ears.
Yeah, one, it's like, a lot of times when we think about elephant flappy ears, we think of the African elephant, which has big old flappy ears. But, like, Asian elephant ears actually aren't that notably big or particularly flappy.
So an animal that size could cool itself. Now, part of it with Paraceratherium is it had a long neck and long legs, which is a lot of surface area to volume, which could dissipate heat.
Yep.
Animals can also stay cool behaviorally, right? Going for mud baths or staying in the shade or whatever. Also, another thing that comes to mind is I know that there have been studies on animals like giraffes and zebras showing that their coat patterns help keep them cool.
Yeah, the blood vessels on a giraffe, I know, are concentrated differently at the different colors of their pelt.
Right.
to dissipate heat more efficiently.
And I think that I remember there was at least one study, I don't know how detailed this understanding is, on zebras that found that the black and white stripes, the tiny differences in temperature between the black and white cause the air to move differently near the skin.
Oh, there you go.
In a way that helps cool off the surface of the skin.
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't know how
solid that
research is. But yeah, there is evidence that you could have some sort of coat pattern that helps you dissipate heat better.
They could pee on their feet like a vulture does.
Absolutely. That'd be a lot of pee.
Yep. I mean, they probably have a big old bladder. You know how they say a toddler can walk through the aorta of a blue whale's heart?
Yeah.
You can bathe in a bladder.
Through the urethra of a parasaurus. Ahmad asks, why are tails not in vogue anymore? All the older fossils tend to have large, impressive tails, but our giants, even long-necked mammals like giraffes and wildebeests, have rather unimpressive tails.
Well, I think it depends on which animals you look at. Whales have pretty darn impressive tails.
That's true. Big, impressive tails. It sounds like what Ahmad is thinking is all the big dinosaurs have big, impressive tails.
Yep.
And a lot of the other older, Triassic reptiles and early synapsids, but our modern animals don't. And I think that mostly just comes down to mammals, especially placental mammals, tend not to have big tails.
Yeah. It just seems like archosaurs and reptiles in general tend to use their tails differently than mammals do. I mean, you do have mammals with robust tails, like the first thing that comes to my mind is like a coati, where like their tail's longer than their body.
Oh yeah.
And they use it for balance and
a lot of monkeys have really impressive tails. But yeah, reptiles tend to get those sort of big, the tails in archosaurs especially, and in a lot of reptiles, contain muscle groups.
Yes.
That they don't in mammals. So like our modern reptiles have big, impressive tails.
Yep.
Gators and crocs have big, impressive tails. It's just something early on in mammals that they diminished the tail. Marsupials still do.
Yes.
Right? Kangaroos have incredible tails.
Yeah, their tail acts as a leg.
And Tasmanian devils, I believe, use their tails for balance much more than most mammals do. Mammals have just reduced. It's just a mammal thing, I think. And a bird thing. Birds have also reduced their tails.
Absolutely.
And amphibians today. Frogs have reduced their tails while salamanders have kept them. So yeah, some groups have just kept it and others haven't.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be that mammals started out with that as a trend, so it just has never picked up.
Yeah, except, like you said, in marine mammals.
Yes.
Many of which do have impressive tails.
Next, we have ASJ, who asks, how did you come up with the title for your podcast?
Oh, good question.
Very good question.
So common descent is a concept popularized by Charles Darwin, the notion that all living things on Earth share ancestry, and thus are part of the common descent from those ancestors.
Yes. We
have that in common. We are descendants together of the same ancestors going back in time. As far as how we settled on that name, I was sitting down with a friend of ours one day, our friend Ashley, trying to figure out, and I had come up with a bunch of different ideas, and I said common descent, and they liked it a lot.
Yep.
They said, that's a cool term. It's very catchy. It sounds cool. So yeah, Ashley chose the name of the podcast.
Because we did have other concepts. We were leaning toward, I'm forgetting the exact way we were going to have it phrased, but the endless forms.
Oh, well, yeah, I had compiled a bunch of those sort of famous Darwin-associated quotes and terms.
Yep.
So endless forms, most beautiful, things like that.
Yep. The reason I also liked going with common descent is it sounds like common sense as well. Which I liked since we were going to be doing a education podcast, that we were making common sense out of these topics.
Well, and it's a catchy title.
Yeah. Common Descent.
Now, it is the Common Descent podcast because that's how we made it in the beginning.
Yep.
It is the Common Descent podcast. So Common Descent, nice and easy. Ashley also chose the name Silver Screen Science.
Oh, right. I
Yep.
forgot about that one.
So, way to go, Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Next up, a question from Evan the Kaijuologist, who asks, what's your favorite kaiju?
Godzilla.
I mean, yeah. It's hard not to choose Godzilla.
But second from Godzilla...
I was about to say, all right, Godzilla, but also...
Yep. There are a few... I've always really liked Space Godzilla, which is one of the goofier but just very cool-looking Godzilla bad guys. I had a toy when I was little, so that's probably a big part of why that is. I'm trying to think which kaiju outside of...
Outside of the Godzilla. I'm trying to think, like, does Starro count?
Yeah, Starro would be a kaiju.
Starro's cool. Well, there are a bunch of big sea monsters in the Aquaman mythos.
Yeah.
The Aquaman lore, and those tend to be a lot of fun.
Make sure I think of the right name. Otachi.
Oh, Pacific Rim.
Is my favorite Pacific Rim
Is
kaiju.
Otachi the gorilla one?
No, the Otachi is the one with the big long tail that has a claw on the end and that sprays acid and then reveals its wings.
Yes, God, the one that gets sorted.
Yes.
Yep.
It's the one with the longest fight because it's the main. So they put all the cool stuff on this one. So it's not like I'm picking one of the obscure ones. But man, Otachi was so cool.
Yeah.
So yeah. Rob asks, hypothetically, if global warming due to human activity continued at such a rate that it led to the extinction of humanity, would plants benefit from the rise in CO2 in the atmosphere, or would the increased temperature have a negative effect on them also?
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
Plants do like CO2.
Yes.
Right, they breathe it in kind of just the way we breathe in oxygen. So increasing CO2 can have a positive effect on plants. It absolutely can increase their growth ability because you're providing more of the thing they need to survive, more of what plants crave. But increasing temperatures is, in some cases, that would be great for plants.
Yeah.
Some plants will thrive, but no matter how you spin it, you're dramatically changing the environment. And anytime you dramatically change the environment, certain organisms are going to suffer.
Yeah.
So some places, if the temperature goes up, certain plants won't be able to survive in those places. In some areas, the rising temperatures might cause certain plants or animals to move into this environment from warmer climates and are now invasive species that might be bad for the local plants. If you have plants, for example, at high altitude, right? If you have a species of plant that can only live in the cold climate at the top of these mountains and it gets warmer, they can't disperse anywhere.
Yep, they're trapped on that peak.
So they might go extinct. Plants absolutely can experience too much heat and desiccate. Increased temperatures also tend to lead to more droughts, which is bad for plants. More fire, which is often bad for plants. So yes, more CO2 can be better for plants to some extent, but all the other impacts are gonna end up largely being bad for lots and lots of plants.
Yeah, well, and I think this would be a situation where you'd see some plants that do great with the new CO2, do great with the heat, can move easily, and just kick butt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some plants are going to just do amazingly well.
As would some animals. But then lots of all of your specialist plants, according to Allie, all the orchids right,
that are very specific to their regions
yep.
Are probably not going to be very happy with this. So you're going to see some that flourish due to both, but lots are going to suffer due to that sudden global climate shift.
Yeah. Ferns and other early pioneer plants would do a really good job in the places where forests burn down.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah. So that would be great. Gordon asks, how has the pandemic affected the production of the Common Descent podcast and your lives?
As far as the production goes, I don't know that it's
not a ton.
Really shifted the way we've done the podcast.
We are both among the most lucky people as pandemic stuff goes, in that not only were neither one of us heavily affected by the pandemic, but we lived together. We were able to continue working reasonably so through the pandemic. So the podcast didn't really change much.
Yeah, both of our jobs were able to switch to remote fairly easily.
Mm-hmm.
So we do the podcast in our after hours anyway. Like, we have to do it after work normally. And since our work did not suddenly go away, we just kept working, but now at our computers. So we stopped commuting.
it did inspire us to do some extra stuff.
Yes.
So we did 2020's Silver Screen Science early in the year for the sake of people stuck at home to give them more stuff to listen to. We did the Netflix watch parties. We did live chat that summer. So, it inspired us to do some more stuff. Mm-hmm. But other than that, it didn't really affect the podcast much.
Yeah, as far as like other life stuff, like you said, neither of us have particularly been hit very hard by the pandemic itself, which we're very grateful for. But, they're the typical things. I've missed out on a few family events that we normally would have done. Mm-hmm. We did not get to go to Dragon Con the last 2 times.
That's true.
So like we've had to skip out on a number of big things.
Yeah. There are a few friends that I haven't seen in like 2 years.
Yep.
Just because we opted for different reactions.
I've had to witness a public school during pandemic, which is stressful in just so many ways.
That's true. Well, I would say that the thing that I've noticed the most is that everything has been extra stressful for about the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's just all been...
The baseline of stress has been a little higher. Well, and over the course of the last couple of years, I've talked to other people who have expressed the same thing, where every now and then I'll have a day where I'm like, why am I so frustrated and stressed today? I'm not really even dealing with that much. Like, it's not like I have a ton on my plate or anything really happened. Why am I so stressed? And then I realize, because the world is in this ridiculous state and everything is scary and stressful. So the baseline stress is raised.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a scary, frustrating time.
Just anxiety inducing. Next up, MJ asks or says, we humans are all a single species, but evolution continuously happens, and it happens in a gradient. You can't exactly look at one person as the change to a new species, but with all that, what would be a deciding factor between Homo sapiens and whatever the next evolution ends up being called? Is it possible that they're already born?
This is an interesting thought because, Homo sapiens may very well give rise to another species in the future. But like MJ said, you can't just point, is it possible that they're already born? Yes and no, because of that point that they make. You can't say this one newborn person or this one newborn individual is the new species. A new species is something that really you only identify in hindsight.
Yes, and you need a population.
Yes, an individual is not... This is where X-Men, again, gets it wrong, that they say, a human is born with the power to teleport, thus they are a new species. That's not really how it works. It's a gradient. If we travel back through time, there is never a point where a species isn't the species that it is.
Yes.
There's no hard line. So it is possible that, a million or a few million years from now, people might look back and say, yes, Homo sapiens, we say, transitioned into a new thing over this time period.
Yep. And we'll put that barrier somewhere within this million-year mark. Right. That roughly our genetics had more shifted to what we are now than what we were then.
It's like, there is always the comparison of colors.
Yeah.
That if you have a spectrum where on one side it's red, on the other side is blue, and it's just this gradient in between, there's no point where it stops being red and becomes blue.
Yeah. If I asked you to bracket blue,
right,
where would you put those brackets?
At one end, it's blue, and at the other end, it's red, and somewhere in between it changed. That's what it would be. We would look at what we became and go, we're different enough to be a new species now.
Mm-hmm.
Where did it happen is arbitrary.
Yeah.
So, no, they aren't already born because that's not really how it works as one being born. But at the same time, yes, they are absolutely already born because whatever the new generation is the next step towards whatever we're going to look like in the future.
Yeah. And also to point out that typically speciation, like as in splitting into a new species, requires isolation.
Right.
So like if you're thinking of is there a human that is already diverging to whatever's next?
Right. Is there a population somewhere that is branching off?
Almost certainly not.
No. We are a very interconnected species.
Extremely so. So if we are going to give rise to a new species of Homo something, it's going to happen globally.
Right. Anagenesis.
Which also means that it's going to happen extremely slowly. And we fight natural selection on all fronts by medicating hospitals, safety procedures, and working together as a team to make sure as many of our babies make it to adulthood as possible.
Sure.
So it's going to take forever.
Well, I mean, we do still adapt and change, even if we are changing the way that change happens. So yeah, who's to say the rate at which this change can happen? Zach asks, are there careers where you can work on both fossils and modern animals? I went to school for both paleontology and zoology, and I'm having trouble picking just one.
Oh, absolutely. There's tons of comparative studies using modern animals to study what the potential biomechanical or behavioral or physiological attributes a fossil would have.
Yeah. Paleontology is a field where you can work on both fossils and modern animals, and we often do.
Yep. There's tons of study, like tons of my favorite studies about fossil crocs look at modern crocs for their bite forces, for what their diets consist of, both based on their snout shape. And in truth, if you are going to do paleontology, you're going to have to reference modern day animals.
Yeah.
Period. Because that's the only actual living reference we're going to have. So you have to reference them. If you want to actually work with living ones, just find an excuse to.
Yeah, do research that requires you to have to use modern living samples.
Yeah. It's like, well, no, the database won't work because I want to get it from these animals that they didn't measure.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You got to go, well, I want to know the bite force of this ancient fish, so I got to go look at some fish and measure their bite force.
Yep.
Yeah, do that.
Michael asks, what is a piece of decor, whether it be a fossil or something nerdy, that you are very pleased with?
What is a piece of decor that I'm I don't have a lot of decor. I'm not a decor kind of person.
David's style is much more Spartan compared to my own.
I've got a really cool posable Mewtwo figure up at the top of my bookshelf that I quite like.
It's pretty neat.
It's real good. Someone with real good taste got it for me.
I agree. Currently, the Daily Bugle Lego set I'm sitting next to.
Yep.
Extra so because we have gotten to see Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So, man, I'm even more obsessed with this Lego set.
This is an aside, but we both saw Spider-Man No Way Home yesterday.
Yep.
Which is why we're exhausted, because it was an exhausting experience. It's exhausting having that many feelings.
Oh, so happy. So happy. So, yeah, I'm even more obsessed with this Lego set I was already obsessed and happy with.
What counts as decor? Like interior decorating?
Yeah, like...
Because I've been painting my nails recently, and I've been really happy about that.
You don't go outside much.
That's exactly... I do the decorating in the interior.
Yeah, I don't have any, like, fixtures. You know, like furniture or wall displays, typically, that it's all either shelf items or, like, pictures that I put on the wall.
Rob asks... When looking at clades, a lot of massively diverse groups generally share similar body plans, such as snakes, bats, or pterosaurs. However, dinosaurs as a group have a ridiculous amount of morphological variation. Are these groups taxonomically equivalent to one another?
If we're comparing all of dinosaurs to those three that you just mentioned, I'd say no, not equivalent. Like,
right. The idea here being that all snakes basically look like snakes, and all bats basically look like bats, but dinosaurs look all different shapes and sizes.
And it's the thought I always have when that sort of thinking or that kind of question comes up is that really you need to think of it like hadrosaurs and ankylosaurs as being those comparable groups, to where like ankylosaurs have a body plan that is like, they are very different in features, but like if you showed me an ankylosaur I'd never seen before, I'd probably be able to go, whoa, that's a weird ankylosaur I've never seen before.
Right. But to get to what I think the question might be going for in terms of classification schemes, snakes as a group, right, Serpentes or whatever you want to call it, is not taxonomically equivalent to Dinosauria, but it's also not taxonomically equivalent to Chiroptera for bats.
Yeah.
Because one family or order or class is not equivalent to another family or order or class.
Nope.
Those are arbitrary distinctions that we make. And even if they were, So, like, in the case of snakes and dinosaurs get their start about the same time.
Yep.
But snakes have stayed very snaky, whereas dinosaurs went in a million directions. And that might just be that there were different pressures on them. That for whatever reason, it was beneficial and available for dinosaurs to take on many different shapes, whereas snakes were more restricted.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the really important part is you can't compare one family group or one class or even be like genus to genus. It's just not equivalent.
Well, it makes me like mammals is traditionally a class.
Yeah.
But so is insects.
Yes.
And those are not at all comparable in terms of diversity, in terms of how long they've been around evolutionarily.
Yeah.
So, yeah, these are just names we give to things. And the evolutionary and environmental situations that organisms find themselves in can determine whether or not they have the opportunity to diversify and come in many different shapes and sizes.
Next question's by the zoology student, who says, I know you get asked this all the time, but what's the best way to approach institutions to ask for work experience? Also, lots of opportunities are more limited with COVID restrictions, so is there a specific type of sector or place or job that you think would be better to approach? I am on a gap year from uni, so super relevant to me right now.
Good question. I think, I don't know if there's a best way to approach. I think it's still find something that interests you and start sending emails to people.
Mm-hmm.
There are more COVID restrictions. There are places that I know are taking fewer volunteers or employees or whatnot. Although at the same time, places, I think, I don't have any specific examples in mind, but I like to think that a lot of places are seeing the value in remote work.
Yes.
During these COVID times. So that might be a boon. But I think, just looking just keep asking around.
Yeah. I think if you can get in contact with a person, working on what you want to work on, to talk to them, even if it's not to work even if you don't end up getting into that university or want to go to that university, but be able to ask them their advice, because they probably have connections that they might be able to say, well, so-and-so that I know at this university actually sounds
right
up your alley, and that's a good university for that kind of stuff.
And universities, museums, research institutes, whatever you can, cast a wide net if you need to.
Yes.
Our next question is from Sebastian. They ask, would the infantile noun for theropods and other dinosaurs be chicks?
Ooh.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Are there other baby words that we use for birds?
Fledglings.
That's true. That's specifically for flying things, though.
Yes.
But are ostrich chicks?
I think so.
And penguins are chicks.
Yeah.
What are crocs? What are croc babies?
I was trying to think.
We can phylogenetically bracket
yeah.
the words we use.
I'm trying to think.
I don't know if there is a baby word.
I don't know that I've heard a regularly used baby word for crocs.
Yeah.
Which is odd.
What would be a good baby word? So other baby words include cubs, pups. Those feel very mammalian to me.
Yeah.
Larva. You have a nice Tyrannosaurus larva. Hatchling is, of course, always a good one because they hatch from eggs.
People tend to like to use calf with a lot of the herding.
And I have heard that with dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I've heard Triceratops calf.
Yep.
That makes total sense for the big quadrupedal herbivores.
Yep.
I like that. T-Rex pup.
Pups. Oh, I do like pup.
It could be. You could go with pup.
I mean, yeah. If you're going with phylogenetics, theropods and chicks, that's.
I would totally be on board with a chick.
Yeah.
For any of the theropods.
That's fine with me.
So go with that.
Yeah.
What's a whale is a calf too.
Yep. They call whales calves.
Yeah. What about primates? What are little primates? Babies.
Babies.
Yeah. Yeah, I say go with chicks. Chicks and calves.
Matt asks, if the current diversification of domesticated dogs didn't exist now, but were found in the fossil record, how many species would we classify them as? If the answer is more than one, what does that say about how we identify species in the fossil record? Are we overestimating the number of species?
Ooh. Maybe.
Very, very potentially.
Very good. Well, it has often been said, and I think even by us, episode 98, what counts as a species in modern organisms is not the same thing as what counts as a species in ancient organisms.
For sure.
We classify them differently because we don't have a lot of the behavioral information we use for modern things. And that means that, yeah, a species of Triceratops is not the same as a species of dog or cow or whatever it is.
Well, that was the one I actually thought of, is like, there were tons of times throughout history where multiple different shaped ceratopsians, horned dinosaurs, lived together, lived in the same landmass during the same time. And we identify them as separate species, but we don't know that they weren't interbreeding. Right. Like, we don't know that there wasn't able to be hybridization between some of them.
Well, and at the same, on the flip side of that, we don't know that there weren't multiple species that looked the same skeletal-wise, but were acting as different species.
Yes. Yeah.
That they had behaviors that were different, or that they weren't overlapping in space or time. And again, that's because the morphological species is different from the biological species.
Absolutely.
In terms of how we classify them. So it is very likely that we are both overestimating and underestimating the number of species that there were in the past.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, dogs are a very unusual case. Like we said to the other question, different pressures create different amounts of diversity and disparity in different groups of organisms. And dogs have been under some severe pressures to diversify.
Well, not just severe, but artificial.
And artificial. Intentional by another organism.
Like, we want them to look different. Like, when we're breeding for looks, we don't want it to look like a Doberman if I'm trying to make it look like a different breed.
Yes.
So we actively are breeding away from the other known dogs. So yeah, it is, I agree with you. Yes, we're probably both under and overestimating in situations in the fossil record.
Yep.
And dogs are an unusual example.
They're a bad comparison. Claire asks, if you could travel back to any prehistoric time period, which would it be and why?
I mean, Cretaceous.
My answer is always the late Cretaceous.
I mean, it's
I get Deinonychus and the other Dromaeosaurs.
Yep.
I get Mosasaurs.
Yep.
I get the biggest pterosaurs. I get the biggest sauropods. I get the coolest theropods, the big ones and small ones. The late Cretaceous just has all the best stuff. Snakes. There are plenty of snakes.
Yep. Lots of cool crocs. It's hard to say no to late Cretaceous.
With apologies to every other time period that there was.
To the rest of Earth history, we apologize. You got your episode.
You sure did. Or maybe you didn't yet, but eventually.
No, we did. We did Earth history.
That's true.
That's
got your episode. No, you're right.
I don't want to hear any complaints.
You're right. I was wrong. We did it. Moving on.
Adrian asks, what are your overall thoughts about other forms of media, fiction and nonfiction, exploring speculative biology, and how it could be used as a teaching tool for science in a digestible manner? Examples like James Cameron's Avatar, Monster Hunter, or Tale of Chimere.
A cool thought. Yeah, there are a lot of movies. It's always really exciting to see things do speculative, fictional creatures. Mm-hmm. Right. Avatar, I remember when I saw Avatar, that was very exciting to be like, ooh, there's a whole ecosystem of made up stuff here.
Yes.
Even stuff like Star Wars, to look at made up creatures and think about how I think that for me, where that becomes interesting is thinking about how, as we talk about in Silver Screen Science, the relationship between the science and the fiction. How are you using real world science to inform your made up stuff?
Yeah. And I think all the media's work. I guess really the thing that changes between them is accessibility, in the fact that, like, Avatar, you can reference Avatar and basically everyone's going to be able to at least know what you're talking about, because it was one of the highest grossing things ever.
Sure. Monster Hunter, very popular among gamers.
But if you aren't a gamer, that's a smaller demographic. And so, like, the more specific, more obscure ones might be less easy to use as a digestible example because you're going to have to explain what Monster Hunter is or explain what Tales of Chimera is, because I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
So you'd have to explain it to me first, then we could learn about the speculative evolution stuff in it.
Well, and I think that they're, in terms of using as a teaching tool, anything can be used as a teaching tool.
Yeah.
There's always fertile ground anywhere there's interest, but certain things most of the speculative biology things in media are not made with that kind of scientific or academic rigor in mind. Like Avatar, a lot of thought, it seems, went into creating that fictional ecosystem. It makes me think of the languages of Lord of the Rings and how Tolkien was a linguist. And so he knew what he was doing, as opposed to to go back to X-Men comics. In the recent X-Men comics, there is a Krakoan language. And really what it amounts to is an alphabet that's just all the same letters, but they look different.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not really how language works.
Yes.
This isn't really a good, effective tool for understanding comparative languages. You just kind of made something very simple up. So yeah, not everything is quite as easily seen that way, especially without guidance.
Not all examples are equivalent.
Yes.
Monster Hunter comes up. I haven't played Monster Hunter, but I like a lot of the monster designs, so I've looked up a bunch, and my friend Lucas, who plays it, will tell me about it whenever I'll just send him pictures of monsters and go, what's this one? And he'll tell me about it, so I don't have to read the wiki. And he's really big on using video games for education. But like Monster Hunter's a great example where part of it does have a lot of naturalistic one-to-one comparisons where I know certain monsters have certain habitats that they're found in. They have behaviors that you have to try to learn to take advantage of, but then also like the designs for a lot of the monsters make no sense for what they're doing. Like there's ones that are burrowing with wings and giant bull horns on their head.
Right.
There's a whole bunch that are doing things that make no sense for the anatomy they have, because the point was for them to look cool, and then we gave them behaviors and habitats that worked with a logic, but not actually the anatomy.
Right. So certain things are less suited, perhaps, to at least the more obvious teaching angles. Next up, Mike asks, so many articles seem to talk about predators in terms of which one is the biggest, most poisonous, strongest bite force, etc. In your opinions, what are some of the most underrated predators, past or present, and what makes them successful?
I really like you pointing that out, that very often we think of predators as a competition like the Olympics.
Yes.
It's which one would win in a competition of this category.
Right.
Because humans are very competitive beings.
Yep.
And that's how we like to rank things. And when it comes to nature, it's almost meaningless to actually rank things. It's fun, but it doesn't actually tell you much. So yeah, there's lots. I always think about that when it comes to people talking about the notable predators, but they often miss like the numerous ones.
Right.
Like dragonflies.
Yeah. The first thing that came to mind when I read the question was ants.
Yeah, exactly.
Or even snakes. Yes, there are snakes that are the most venomous or the strongest, but all snakes are effective predators, and they live almost everywhere in the world, and they are among the most important predators in basically any ecosystem they're in.
Yeah, or like frogs, where it's like a frog's not an exciting predator. It doesn't have big teeth or claws. It's not venomous, but they'll eat anything.
Right. Well, that following that line makes me think of fish. Basically, all fish are it's just fish eating other stuff.
Yep, eating other fish.
Other fish, mostly. There's an ocean full of predators.
Yeah.
And they're successful because they're numerous and they're efficient and they're effective at 1,000 different methods of being a predator.
Yeah. David again.
Me again?
Asks, what, in your opinion, has been the most important technological advancement in paleontology within the previous 10 to 15 years?
Oh, I mean, probably our whole range of molecular techniques. Not just, so like DNA.
Yes.
We have gotten so much better at DNA in just the last couple decades. Proteomics is a thing now that it wasn't, that we can study protein remains in the fossil record. We mentioned earlier environmental DNA, that we can sample DNA from the environment, that we can recognize a variety of different molecules. Our ability to sample, analyze, and recognize molecular remains in the fossil record has just moved in leaps and bounds in recent years.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'd say the close second that I also thought of would be detailed CT scanning.
Yes.
Being able to look not only at a more detailed level, but being able to see parts of the fossils still in the rock for very fragile ones, and being able to look internally for the internal structure. I place it second, though, still, because that's a much more precise and detailed version of what we were already doing.
Right.
We were looking at the shape and studying the structure, but molecular study is stuff that we were not able
some of that
to do.
is new.
That is brand new, a lot of it, that we weren't able to do with fossils until techniques and technology caught up. So that is whole new avenues of understanding ancient life.
There's also a lot of more recent advances in statistical studies and statistical softwares that I don't understand at all, but I understand have been important.
Well, and also just the incorporation of it, people understanding that it is needed.
Yeah. Another question from a fan.
We have a fan?
It's for keeping cool. I know it's been asked in years past, but any science-y books you like?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to bounce someone back to you because you usually have more book suggestions. I'll try to think.
Have I read any science-y books recently? Not real. I've been mostly doing, I've been exploring fiction and great courses, but not. I've been listening to one of Jonathan McWhorter's great courses on language studies, which has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, see, I've never read like an actual just science text through. Like, I've had a few and I've referenced them, but I can't make it through just a scientific book. My attention does not maintain. I
used some books as reference for, like, the Caves episode. There was a nice book I used. That insects book, The Evolution of the Insects, which I lent to you for the insects episode.
Ooh, there was one, because I also found some good book references while taking notes. I think Spiders, I found one really good one.
Ooh.
And there was a whole one on mimicry that I wasn't able to access, but I saw the number of things I saw referencing it and the topics I saw.
Seems like a good book.
Reference. It seems like it covers the gambit of mimicry, which seemed pretty awesome.
So that's what we got. Sorry, we don't have more specifics. Someone should send us science books for Christmas.
Next up, we have Nat, who asks, are there any examples that you particularly enjoy of an animal seasoning their food or drink?
I don't know that I know any examples of an animal seasoning their food or drink.
I know that I have heard that I do know of examples, but the one that comes to mind right now is that there are monkeys, I think they were macaques, on an island, and they were given food by researchers, and they noticed one that had learned to dip, I think they were like yams, some sort of tuber, dip it in the salt water at the beach and eat it. That they interpreted because they couldn't figure out any other reason that they were dipping it other than to make it a salty yam.
Right.
And get salt on their food.
Interesting.
And I feel like I have heard of another one like that, but yeah, I can't think of many examples of an animal actively being the one to season.
Yeah, I don't know. Outside of humans.
Yes.
I like seasoning my food and drink.
Yep. Yeah, my favorite example of an animal seasoning food and drink is when the chefs that I order food from do it.
Right.
That is my favorite time it happens.
I like getting hot sauce at Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's good. Diana asks, humans and other apes take just about forever to mature, and I thought that was due to being highly social and needing a lot of flexibility and learning time to engage in complex social structures. But orangutans are less social than the other apes, but still mature just as slowly and stay with their mothers for several years. Do we have any idea if they get a benefit from this long, slow maturation, or if it's a founder effect, or am I missing some other reason for slow maturation in the first place?
Very good question. One of the reasons that definitely comes up is not just social, but behavioral complexity. Mm-hmm. That even if you aren't being especially social, which is often an interpretation for larger brain to body ratios, for all that interpersonal data and interaction, but also if you're eating a bunch of different foods that you're needing to be able to identify, if you're having to prepare the foods, which primates are particularly known for out of the animal kingdom, of acquiring their food and then prepping it in some way, cracking nuts and getting to the good part of the food. So there could just be that behaviorally, you have a lot more that you need to learn. Otherwise, it just if you've got more growing that you're needing to do, if your brain's taking longer to grow, that also will affect it.
Yeah, I don't know much about the differences between orangutans and others in this regard.
Yeah. I mean, I know that like there definitely are social, but to my knowledge, they are less social than a lot of the other great apes, but they're still very behaviorally complex. And even if they aren't being social as a group, mother and child are still very socially interconnected. So it could be that that's enough. Helen asks, what news has happened this year that you wished you had put in the news section, but you had to miss out on because it was piped to the post by another slightly more interesting / relevant story? Pipped to the post? That it was beaten out by a more interesting story is what I think.
Yes. What's funny? I don't remember. We have just these long lists of news, and we pick the ones that are interesting that we think will fit best in the episode, and we move on.
Yeah.
So I couldn't tell you what, and even if I did remember an interesting news that we didn't cover, I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was this year.
Well, and my answer to that would be, if you truly want to find out, become a patron and listen to bonus news, because that's where those, the ones you're asking about, end up. Is when we do the second round of news for each month on Patreon, we'll end up picking those, and we'll often say, I almost missed this one because of these others that were on the list.
Right, or I wanted to do this one on the episode, but I didn't because other stuff was there.
Because I had to do that other one. But, yeah, we just don't. I don't have any memory. I remember, like, oh yeah, we talked about that news.
Right.
When? Who knows? When did it come out? That's when we talked about it.
Blaine asks, would you consider doing a series similar to Silver Screen Science, but for speculative evolution projects like Alien Planet, The Future is Wild, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that would be tons of fun.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do a Silver Screen Science series of those type documentaries and those type of things.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
So absolutely.
Yes, 100%.
Keep it on the list.
Josh asks, is Will appearing in any of the Paleo Talks episodes? More Croc Talks, please.
So Paleo Talks is a series that we do at the museum that our director, Dr. Schubert, runs. And I'm part of those because I'm the guy that makes the thing all happen on the back end and stuff. So Will is not in any of those.
No, I'm not.
You haven't been asked yet.
Nope.
I'll talk to Blaine. Get you on there and talk about Crocs or something.
Yep. No, my vote would be get Chris Brochu on.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of Croc people.
And then let me hang out.
Yes. Listen, you can come join him anytime.
Yep.
You're usually working.
Yes, I work.
That's the problem. Alejo asks, if you could take one living real-life species and make a Pokemon version of it, what would it be called and what would be its type?
Ooh, good question. Surprisingly enough, I don't have a go-to for this. I know my friend Lucas's go-to is Dolphin.
Yeah, but there is yet to be a Dolphin Pokemon.
Yet to be a Dolphin, which I'm pretty sure he would agree with me would be Water and Dark.
Right.
As for me, trying to think of a good one we haven't really gotten.
Ooh, I would, if I want to be really niche, make a gliding snake.
Ooh, yeah.
A flying type snake Pokemon. That'd be really cool.
That would be awesome.
Based on Chrysopelea.
Yep.
There are a few Pokemon that are a few animals that are oddly absent from the Pokemon ranks, like dolphins.
No, one comes to mind. I'm also partially stealing this from Lucas, because me and him have had this conversation a bunch of times.
Sure.
But I agree with this one for sure, is more ants.
Yeah, and ants that act like ants.
Yeah, because we only got the one, and I want ones that are social, and I want ones that go through different body shapes, and I want ants. I want bunches of ants.
Lots of ants would be cool.
Yeah. A praying mantis, shaped praying mantis.
Yes.
Would also be very cool.
Yeah, well, we could do this. We could do this all day.
Yep.
There are a lot of cool ones. But come back to it. A human Pokemon.
You got Mr. Mime. Oh, and I forgot they asked what types. I want every type for the ants. I want an ant for each one.
Here's what I want: every animal that there is, but a steel type version.
There you go.
I want a mecha version of all the animals.
You want to watch Zoids.
You know what? That's true. I'm just going to go watch Zoids.
Michael asks, if aliens came to Earth 100 million years from now, what are some animals that might not show up in the fossil record at all, or misconceptions about what life was like based on fossilization biases?
Ooh, interesting question. A lot of the rarer stuff wouldn't show up.
Yeah.
A lot of like high altitude, up on the top of mountains type animals, or deep sea animals, or cave animals, we would miss out on.
Yeah.
I think very likely.
Absolutely.
Also, aliens would think that some of the most successful animals in the world were chickens and cattle and dogs and cats. Aliens would be extremely confused as to how they how they spread across the whole world.
Yep.
Because the geologic evidence would indicate that the continents were all separated, and yet somehow chickens who clearly could not fly made it to every continent on the planet and just took over.
But I actually saw a picture recently that was squid people, octopus people, millions of years from now, digging up a museum.
Yes, and trying to figure out why these dinosaur bones are with these people.
Arguing about how to date that site.
Yes.
So I think we would get stuff like that. Depending on how much human stuff survived, if any zoos preserved, that would also screw things up. There's definitely all the same animals we have trouble finding now in the fossil record. Yeah. All of our super soft-bodied,
not a lot of slugs and things like that.
So there'd be a lot of those we'd miss. I don't know what the rate of like amber preservation is
right now.
Right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
So like, how much spider webs would we get? From this time.
Jade asks, "What has been your favorite news piece this year?"
One of my favorite news pieces that we've done.
This kind of question is always hard because, like we just said, I remember the recent stuff.
Yep.
It's hard to remember stuff from earlier in the year without going back and looking. But there were some fun studies on like dinosaur populations.
Yeah.
There were a handful, I think, this year about, T-Rex growth and how they changed over the course of their life.
That was cool. Oh, I think I've got mine that I'll say is the parthenogenic vultures.
Oh, right.
Or condors.
Condors. Yeah. That was very recent.
That's the one I'm going to go with.
That was very cool. We just recently did the blade-tailed ankylosaur, which is a very cool discovery. There were some cool snake things this year. So those.
Yep.
All the snake stuff. Absolutely.
Anytime I ever mention a croc from this year and past.
That's your favorite ones of the year.
Elizabeth asks, if you could travel back in time, what period would you choose and what prehistoric creature would you want to see most?
Same as before.
Yeah, pretty much same as before.
Cretaceous, late Cretaceous, Deinonychus, Mosasaurus, Pterosaurs. Man, the giant pterosaurs would be so cool to see.
Yeah. For
the same reason as the big sauropods.
I would also say it'd be cool to see Megalodon.
That's true.
I'll add that to my list of potential places.
Megalodon would be very cool.
Popping into the Miocene and...
taking a dive.
Yeah. Well, no, I want to be on a boat.
Taking a dive.
Big boat. Big boat.
A bigger boat.
Bigger boat. Whatever you're thinking of, bigger.
Robert asks, is there evidence of adaptations for bulk feeding behavior outside the famously gigantic groups of sauropod dinosaurs and baleen whales?
Ooh, so bulk feeding is the idea of just massive intake of food.
Right. Although technically, I believe bulk feeding more broadly is a term for just eating most of your food. Like in all animal discussions, it's like what a lion does is you just eat most of the food instead of picking a... But yeah, the term bulk feeding has been used for like this animal just eats and eats and eats and eats and is adapted for eating tons.
Yeah, that's how I've typically heard it used, but the other one makes sense. I've never heard that one. Yeah. That's cool. I don't know.
And we talked in the last episode about how some rhinos have the big heads, big bodies, wide lips for just mowing up grass.
Yeah, I mean...
So there is stuff like that.
I guess it's probably a factor of scale. Like, most grazers, I feel like, would fall into that. Mm-hmm. Like, they're eating most of the time, for a lot of them.
Well, and filter feeders would probably be very similar across the board.
Yep. So, like, whale sharks would fall into that category, similar to whales.
Yeah.
As far as, like, other, like, things in the fossil record, nothing pops to mind.
No. Sauropods.
Next one's from Hans. If crocodiles and snakes died out, which turtle would fill their niches? Well, we got
I don't-
alligator snapping turtles.
Snapping turtles seem
and
like
we've got
a really...
snake neck turtles.
And snake neck. So, yeah, there you go.
There you go. Boom and boom.
We did it. I don't know if any turtles are cool enough to fill the niches.
I definitely, though, could picture...
That's just a dig at Hans.
Some Croc equivalent.
Oh, yeah.
Snapping turtles.
Snapping turtle, absolutely.
Like a big snapping turtle that's gone to the edge
Yep.
to grab stuff. Yeah, 100%.
Snakes is a lot harder.
That's...
I don't anticipate limbless turtles.
I feel like you'd have to go with one of the, like, soft shell, more aquatic variety.
Easier to lose the rest of that shell.
Yeah,
if you were gonna.
And if you're in the water, a snake shape is already a good shape to be.
Yeah. You need a long tail.
Yeah.
Listen, snakes are irreplaceable.
No, it's just going to be a snake that's mostly neck instead of...
yeah, just a little shell in the middle. Lassie asks, do we know when the last common ancestor of crocs and snakes lived, and do we have any idea what kind of creature it was?
I don't know. What time does Quamates...
So, let's see. Lepidosaurs and Archosaurs would have split probably in, like, the Triassic, probably even the Permian.
That's what I...
Early reptile split.
Yep.
So, we're looking at the earliest reptiles.
Yes.
And the earliest reptiles would have looked a lot like lizards.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been lizards, but they would have had that sort of salamander-shaped...
That you got your trunk body, your forelegs coming off of the side of it, a tail, and a smallish head.
So the last common ancestor was probably Permian, if not Carboniferous.
Yeah.
Over 250 million years old, and it would not have looked anything like a snake or a croc.
Nope.
Because then the Archosaur branch was this direction, and the Lepidosaur branch is in that direction. So, yeah, it would have been very old and very generic.
Yes, absolutely. Daria asks, what are the names of your pets, and do you plan on getting more?
My snake is Neo, my cat is Rev, and no.
Yes.
Not at the moment.
My pets are not here. My pets live with my mom, and my dog is Duncan. One of my cats is Nermal, another one is Buster, another is McGee, and also, no, not currently.
Yeah, both of my pets were given to me.
Yep, we found all of ours.
They were thrust upon me, so I might have a pet thrust upon me again someday.
All of ours found us. Every pet we've ever gotten, other than one since I was a kid, has come up to us and gone, you're my family now.
Caden says, I'm studying for my physiology of reproduction final, and just learned that some lizards, tortoises, and alligators don't have sex chromosomes and that their sex is determined by temperature during embryonic development. Does this mean that a whole group of them would be the same sex, since theoretically they would all be exposed to the same temperatures?
If you have the temperature too extreme in one way or the other, you can get an entire clutch of male or female.
Right. Typically, my understanding is that the temperature is more of an averages thing.
Yes.
That if the temperature is higher, it will... more of the clutch will be one sex versus the other. It's not necessarily that if, like, once you're at this temperature, it's 100%.
Yeah, it ticks over.
Right. And I also know that in many cases, it's not that they don't have sex chromosomes, but it's that temperature and sex chromosomes both play a role.
Yeah.
That there are many species, at least, where it's a combination of the two, where it is determined by chromosomes, but then temperature can override the chromosomal signal.
Yeah. When the way it typically works when it's all going as planned is like in an alligator nest, the temperature will transition from the bottom to top of the nest.
Right.
So you should get a mixture that ends up being roughly 50-50 male-female out of the clutch. And the females, the mothers taking care of the nest, check the temperature. And they will put on more vegetation or remove more vegetation to try to keep it within that ideal temperature range so that their clutch comes out as not just males or not just females. But that is also one of the main concerns we have for rising temperatures and these reptiles, because as temperatures go up, we could end up with skewed populations.
Yeah.
Cody asks, can you describe the process of making an episode? Timeframes, research, recording, post-production, etc.
Yeah. So these days we usually choose our topics well ahead of time.
Yep.
And then we'll each spend about a week like Will said, in the off time, putting together notes and all the things we want to say. Then we'll record one night. Sometimes we'll split up the intro and news with the discussion. And then we have another week to do all the editing and make the blog post and get everything uploaded and scheduled and stuff.
These days we have split editing and blog posting, so I edit, David blog posts.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have our deadline to have it done by and have the videos made, and we schedule them all up to go.
Yeah. When we have guest episodes, it changes the production, or if there's holidays coming up,
Yep.
it changes. So we've been doing a lot of recording this last couple of weeks to get everything out of the way before we go on break.
Absolutely.
Dawn asks, slow lorises are venomous primates. Is that an oddball, or are there other known examples of venomous primates in the fossil record?
It is definitely an oddball.
Yes, and no, there are no other known examples of venomous primates in the fossil record.
Not that I've ever heard of.
Like we discussed in episode 97, it's very hard to tell if things are venomous just from fossils. But yeah, slow lorises are very weird because they don't even produce venom the proper way. They're like licking it off their skin and then biting.
Yeah.
Instead of salivating venom. They're very weird.
Yep. So definitely in the oddball camp. Next is Uju. What are your favorite non-reptilian species, and have you made episodes of them yet?
Ooh. I'm a big fan of whales.
Yep, whales are very cool.
Episode 41. I really like bats.
Bats are very cool.
Episode 59.
We've done cephalopods, because octopus is way up there for me.
That's true. Episode 16.
But we have not done orangutans yet.
That's true. We did primates, and then we did humans.
Yep.
We have not specifically done apes or orangutans or things like that.
And I specify that because I am not... Primates are not my favorite.
Right.
Orangutans are.
Yeah, and then of course there's lots of extinct groups. Like trilobites are very cool. Things like that. So yeah, we've done a few. We've done some favorites. And there are some remaining.
We did spiders. We have not done like Hymenoptera. But we did eusociality.
Yes.
Which
is 111.
Is a big part of why I like Hymenoptera. So, partially.
Dragonflies we haven't done yet.
Ooh.
So start sending those requests in. Brandon asks, on a scale from 1 to 10, how cool is Ambulocetus and why?
Definitely a 10.
Ambulocetus is pretty cool. Like an 8 or a 9. I'm a harsher grader than Will. Well, because whales are cool.
Yeah.
And crocs are cool.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a little bit of both.
Yep.
Too many legs to be a 10.
Yeah, that's
the problem it has.
I see
from this judge.
Why you're going that way? I like Ambulocetus. I really, that's one of those animals that I really want to see it moving around. Like, what were you doing? How were you moving? How were you behaving? Were you lazy like a croc, or were you active like a dolphin? Like, what were you doing?
Yeah.
Sally would like to know, what was the relationship between early tetrapods and fish? I'm guessing tetrapods emerged from the bony fish, but did only one fish in one place develop legs and move on to land, or was it something that a few different species did at about the same time? And if so, were the different legged species more closely related to each other than to other fish?
We talked about the early tetrapod evolution in episode 77.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we can tell, tetrapodness evolved one time.
Yeah.
It was among the bony fish ancestors, and one lineage. So whether that, it's not one fish, but it could be one species, it could be a population in one particular area that did it. But yes, the earliest tetrapods were one group of bony fish that evolved gradually into the landward direction. And it would have originated once, but because it was such a gradual process, there would have been many, many species involved in that transition.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't necessarily, it doesn't seem like it popped up in multiple species unrelated to each other at the same time. But that one or a few species closely related did it, and then gave rise to more and more species of land-loving fish.
Yes.
That became tetrapods. Jackie asks, When one of you finds something extra amazing / unexpected when preparing for an episode, do you tell each other or hold off till you're recording?
That is a very insightful question.
Yeah.
It depends for me.
Yeah, same. Sometimes I'll tell you something
Yes.
to get you excited.
Mm-hmm.
Or because I'm excited. I'm like, you gotta know, this is so cool. I'm gonna tell you more in the episode.
Yeah, a lot of times the things I'll tell you will be when I realize there's going to be a new section of the discussion that I didn't realize. It's like, hey, I didn't know this was evidently a debate, but we're going to be discussing this.
Yes.
So that you can go, oh, really? Yep. But if it's like a detail thing, I'll usually save those.
Yeah, well, because we like having that authentic reaction. Like in the rhinos episode that we just did, I pulled up a bunch of pictures of ancient rhino skeletons to show you during the episode. So we could get that, yeah, look at that,
so weird.
live reaction. That's a great question.
Our next question is from Morgan, who asks, what type of fossils do you usually find, and how many do you find per week?
That's a great question. Depends on where we're fossil hunting. So like at the Gray Fossil Site, where we've both gotten to do cool work, we find rhinos and tapirs and turtles and alligators and stuff like that. And at Gray, it's many fossils a week.
But as far as what we're usually finding, it's usually tapir or sometimes turtle, but also lots of little like frog bones.
And fish bones and seeds. But yeah, since we get to work on the site and on the sediment all year round, we find stuff all the time.
Yes.
Many, many fossils per week. But at different fossil sites, I worked at a dinosaur site out in Colorado several years ago where we only found a handful of things for 2 whole weeks.
Yeah.
And that was dinosaurs. And then I worked at a site in South Dakota where we were mostly just collecting sediment and we weren't even really finding much while we were digging. Then we would wash it over screens and find all the little tiny things, the little snake bones and toe bones of bigger animals and stuff like that.
Yeah, and if you work in the lab at the Gray Fossil Site and pick through the sediment, you find like dozens of things a day.
Yes.
And tens of things during the week.
Yeah, and it was like that with the South Dakota stuff. That dirt was just full of tiny fossils. So once you got to sit down and go through it, it wasn't even so much a matter of if you found stuff. It was sorting all the stuff.
Yes.
That was what the job was. So yeah, so different fossil sites, you find different things, and there's different fossils at different amounts. Some places you spend weeks hoping to find something, and you might never find it. Michael asks, when I was a kid in the 1970s, I came across the sauropods in swamps idea, and it never really made sense to me. It didn't seem like there would be any suitable swamps for them to live in. When this idea was popular, were people making counter-arguments? How did the proponents of the idea respond?
I'd assume that for sure there were, but I actually don't know specific examples.
Yeah. From what I've read, and I've read a bit about this sort of debate through time, a lot of so there have been people, this idea goes back to the early 1900s and even before, and a lot of the original suggestions came off of just sauropods are very big.
Yep.
So maybe they spent time in water like hippos do, and in part to support their giant weight, and grazed or fed along the river banks or whatever. And there were people against this idea for as long as this idea has existed.
Yes.
And a lot of the arguments that they would make are the same as modern arguments, that sauropods do not have skeletons adapted for aquatic living, that there may not be enough food for them in that kind of habitat, and so on. And as far as I can tell from what I've seen in the literature, there haven't ever really been like major debates about this. There wasn't like a back and forth. It just kind of became the way we depicted sauropods.
That's what I was thinking is that I think a lot of its longevity, the fact that we still talk about it from time to time, is that it was very popular, if not among scientists, among dinosaur books.
Well, and scientists, a lot of old literature would say sauropods thought to have spent time in water, but they didn't often go into detail. It was just, this is the idea that comes up.
Yep.
The way it became popular is that some early artists drew sauropods that way,
Exactly.
like Charles Knight, and then that just became the examples that following artists kept using.
Because I remember having a kid's book, dinosaur kid's book as when I was young, that had a picture of Brachiosaurus standing on the bottom of a lake with its upper nostrils sticking out like a snorkel.
Yes.
Like, it was a very popular way to portray them. It was evocative, I think. So it made for fun pictures and, neat fun facts to shove into kids' books.
And I think that, that evocative, it was an art trope.
Yep.
The same way that, like, Charles R. Knight drew a saber-toothed cat roaring with its mouth wide open, and then for decades, that's how people drew saber-toothed cats.
Or is Deinonychus attacking...
Tenontosaurus.
Tenontosaurus.
Yep. And certain things just kind of become the norm because they become kind of tropey.
Yep.
And they become repeated. So I don't think that there were a lot of scientists who were hardcore sauropods in swamps debaters, and then eventually enough evidence came together that some people were finally able to go, yeah, can we just stop mentioning that?
Yep.
Here's all the evidence we have.
Aaron asks, it's been another long, crazy year of pandemic living, which has led to a lot of negativity in public discourse. Many of us look to the two of you, us, as a much-needed positive force of informative levity. On that note, regarding one another, what is one favorite memory of the other that stands out from this past year?
Aw.
That's a very sweet
That's
question.
a really nice question. Oh, man, what's a favorite memory of the other one?
Yep.
Make us say nice things about each other. I mean, again,
Gross.
and always that the memory thing is always the recent stuff sticks out. Last night we saw Spider-Man together, and it was great.
Yeah.
Like, that's gonna end up being one of my favorite memories from this year.
Absolutely. Well, and just we've made, having been in the house a ton, we have a movie list that we put up on a board to work through, and we've watched a bunch of those over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And it's been fun. We watched every single Spider-Man movie leading up to this movie.
We did.
Together, which was tons of fun.
That's true.
Honestly, I'm having trouble thinking of singular. They're all shared.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking about.
Or we're the characters in the TV show that you never see without the other one also on screen.
Right. What a nice I guess to sort of respond in the spirit of the question. There have been a number of times in the past year and beyond where Will has demonstrated himself to be a very supportive and responsive friend. I'm really happy that I get to hang out with Will and that we share a space and we share a podcast. And there are times, honestly, I think some of my favorite moments over this last year are when are the little things that I'm about to get really sentimental.
Yep.
You be ready. There are occasionally little things I'll notice that show me that Will cares. And I've tried, there was one not too long ago that it was like I don't even remember what it was. It was something in the house that I noticed you had like positioned a thing a certain way or like picked up a thing a certain way that I knew was because you knew that that's how I would have noticed it, or that was like that I knew that you saw it and went, oh, David would prefer it this way.
Yep.
And you changed it. And I noticed it and went, all right, and I don't even think about those things in the moment, but that, yeah, you make this space that we share and the podcast process and all these things that we share easier and more enjoyable because you're a caring friend that pays attention to things that I need.
Aww.
And I really appreciate it.
Shucks and thanks.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing I was...
Now say nice things about me.
I was about to say, the thing I had is on a similar note. One of the cool things about David here is there are a lot of little moments that make me feel very seen. Where like you mentioned with when you're reading Beast comics, and you have like, yeah, no, Will would do that. You make comments like that every now and then of like, no, I thought of this thing, it's a very Will thing. And every time it's like, no, he gets me.
He's really listening.
He gets me. He gets the kind of person I am. That always makes me happy.
Yeah, we are together so much, and we have been for so long that I don't think about it. I take it for granted.
Oh, yeah.
We have a great friendship.
Well, on the note of the podcast, we every now and then we'll have these moments, and I have them often whenever I try to do a similar thing with other people I know, work on a project of some sort, where it is, we very much take for granted how lucky we are that we're able to do a project of this scale and complexity as friends and remain friends.
Yeah.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Also, we've both been going to therapy for a while now, individually.
Yep.
Which I think has only helped.
Yes, no, that's always good.
That's been just so nice. Yeah. Thanks for asking that. You gross.
That was
Look at us being all sentimental. All right.
'Tis the season.
Let's talk about
I take it all back.
Humbug. Grinch. Logan asks, in your Ediacaran biota episode, you mentioned that the life forms found during that time were most likely animals, but could have been something else entirely. How likely do you think it is that another form of life existed on Earth at some point, outside of our typical domain kingdom classification, and how could you speculatively evolve such a form of life?
Ooh, I mean, I'd say just given the time frame from when we have the first evidences of life existing to when we actually have the first, like, physical fossils, very likely that there were, bacteria-esque things that we wouldn't actually, if we had them today, be able to group with any of our groups.
Well, it's also important to realize that all the things we classify as kingdoms and domains today, at one point, were still so similar to their nearest relatives that we would only have called them a different genus or family or something.
And some of those didn't make it to give rise to kingdoms and domain.
Yeah.
Like
the tree of life is full of pruned branches.
Yeah, so like some of those might have been so different that were we to suddenly be able to transport one to today, we wouldn't know where to put it.
As far as the Ediacaran biota, same thing. It's certainly not out of the question that some of those weird families early on that didn't leave descendants, might have eventually developed into things very different from what we think of as plants or animals. I don't think that we would have had anything that would have been like super alien.
No.
Nothing that we would, if you traveled back in time and saw it, I don't think on a glance you'd go, oh wow, that doesn't fit any of our classifications. But that if you took a close look, you might say, oh yeah, no, this branch does not
actually fit.
Has these weird features that don't quite fit, like we see with groups like Anomalocarids, or even a lot of the dinosaurs that didn't make it. Those are branches that don't fit modern day classification schemes. They're reptiles, but on the smaller scale, they are branches that don't fit our modern categories.
Yeah.
Because they're extinct.
Yeah, it's like if you looked at the early life, you'd probably be able to, we would glance at it and be like, it's bacteria.
Right.
But someone who can actually identify bacteria might go, well, no.
That's a weird bacterium.
If it's bacteria, it's very, very weird.
Yes.
So it might not be bacteria. Next up, we have Big Boss Man. What would it take for cephalopods to be able to live on land a la The Future is Wild? The show featured the swampus, an amphibious octopus, the pterosquids, like the arboreal squibbin, and the elephantine megasquid.
Octopus, other cephalopods, well, they don't have very sturdy bodies.
No.
They're very floppy.
Yes.
They're not very well supported.
I wonder if we were to get terrestrial cephalopods, if it would be less a la The Future is Wild, and more almost a regression to what we think ancestral cephalopods were like, which was kind of snail-esque.
Yeah, well, and I'm thinking about the other transitions from water to land, and you need to adjust breathing style. Really, you need to have a structured body that is one way or another able to survive out of the water and holding your own weight, which is why so many land animals have either endo or exoskeletons that support their whole body.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if you would go with one of the terrestrial groups that doesn't like snails and slugs.
Right. In which case they would remain very small, most likely.
Yes, you would probably stay small. You could still keep the arms. I don't see why the arms would be...
Sure.
But they might not be quite as dexterous because you're not able to just move them around. You wouldn't be able to lift them up. You'd be moving them along the surface.
In which case, how would we evolve the big ones? I'd imagine they might more likely come from squid than octopus, because a squid still has that remnant of an internal shell that you could adapt into some form of skeleton.
Absolutely. Cuttlefish as well has
that.
So probably from those instead of octopus. Not likely to be the nautiloids, because they're nowhere near the shore.
No.
Like, it's just not likely that one of them would suddenly become shallow water.
I'm on board for terrestrial cuttlefish. Absolutely. The cuttlebone just invading the rest of the body to form an endoskeleton.
Yep. Which I have no clue what that skeleton would look like. I assume that a terrestrial cephalopod, if it did go with adding structure, would no longer have limbs that we would think of as cephalopod limbs. They're not going to look like octopus arms or squid arms.
Right.
They're going to become
not a on the land kind of shape that you want.
They're going to become more like reptile or crustacean
insect,
or mammal limbs, where there's probably going to be joints. There's probably going to be which I feel like is much less evocative for the people wanting terrestrial cephalopods, because that's the thing that makes cephalopods characteristic, is these tentacle-like arms.
Yeah, honestly, a terrestrial squid would, in all likelihood, look like a spider.
Yeah.
And we already have those.
Yep.
Pierre-Luc asks, if you were able to use a time machine to travel back in time to study a mass extinction or another extinction event, which one would it be and why? How safe am I?
So I was going to say, how tough is this time machine? I need this to be a bomb shelter time machine.
Right. Can I go to like one of the slow burn ones? Because I'd love to go back to the KPG and witness.
Yep.
That would be so terrifying. That would be one of those like primally...
Yeah. No matter how mentally prepared you are.
The sight and the sound and the feeling of a 6-mile wide rock smashing into the earth would be... I feel like I would turn to jelly.
Yeah, just every bit of our base instincts.
That would...
Giving up.
You would feel that in every part of you. It would be spectacular and horrifying. Also, I'm pretty sure if you watched it, you might go blind.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, you'd have to get special, like...
Yeah, like eclipse glasses.
Yeah, or the special goggles they had to use to watch the nuke testings.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
But it makes me think of, there's the YouTube channel Puppet History did one on Pompeii, specifically Plinley the Elder. Is that
that sounds like a thing.
One of the oldest recorded naturalists. I think it's Plinley. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they talked about that there are reports of writings and stuff from the time of people being like, I guess this is the end of the world.
Yeah.
Like, not people in the that got caught in the ash, but the surrounding area that were still being affected and witnessing the volcano, that survived completely fine, but we're still seeing it, and it's like, we didn't know mountains could do that, and we assume this is the end, because what else could it be?
The Earth's coming apart.
Yeah. That's what I assume it would feel like, even as a scientist who knows all the math.
Yeah.
I would still see it and just be like, oh.
Nope, I guess we're done forever.
There's no way to run fast enough. I'm just going to lay down here.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
I cannot run far enough.
Because the planet's under attack.
Yep. So, that one.
Yep, I guess we've answered it. Kurt asks, is it true that dinosaurs tasted like chicken?
Probably.
Probably. I mean, gator tastes pretty much like chicken.
Yeah. So phylogenetically bracketing, yeah, they probably would. I bet they would have tasted different based on diet at least a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, because different birds taste differently.
Yeah.
Like, I know, I've not had much duck, but I know, duck's distinct.
Mhm.
Turkey is distinct from chicken.
Yeah.
I think I've had quail before.
I'm sure there was plenty of different tastes. And like, some of the, some of them are carnivores, some of them, none of them are grass fed, I guess. There was no grass or corn. But yeah, I mean, some of them for sure probably would have tasted a lot like chicken.
They probably tasted like bird.
Yep. Benedict asks, I've been terribly impressed with a huge placoderm skull on display in the Paris Museum of Comparative Anatomy. Why is it that seemingly only the front of these ancient fish were so heavily armored? Could it be that rival males went head-to-head like rams would, leading to reinforced skulls?
Ooh, that's a really interesting idea.
So this is the Dunkleosteus group.
Yes, the first ones to have those toothy structures.
Right, and armor plating all over the head and jaws.
Yep.
I don't know of any evidence of ramming. I do remember a study at SVP one year of bite marks.
Yes.
On one, I think it was Dunkleosteus, on a Dunkleosteus armor-plated skull, seemingly from another Dunkleosteus.
Yeah.
So they may have been face biting.
That's what I would assume, more than ramming, mostly just because I don't know of many. That's not a very common behavior in many marine animals that I know of.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, there are those fish that'll like headbutt each other.
But
those weird ones.
Well, and like most of the ones I know that do stuff like that, it's much more of a almost fencing where we're facing off with our mouths or with but we're not ramming.
Right, they're not like swimming out and then coming in.
Yeah, because you're under more resistance. You're not going to be able to generate the same forces that a ram can because the water's working against you. And I bet it would be tougher to line up because you're now working against the other hydrodynamics of the other animal pushing water toward you.
But as to the question of why they're armored only up in front, almost certainly this is a competitive thing.
Yeah.
Because if you are protecting yourself from predators, you want to be armored in the places the predators are going to go after. Like an armadillo, like an ankylosaur.
And with other placoderms, they're like smaller ones, they were more heavily armored in other parts.
But Dunkleosteus is armored more like a bison.
Yes.
Where it's like, yeah, all the tough stuff is up front because that's where it needs to be tough.
Yeah. And once I'm this size, the only thing that can be a danger to me is me.
Yes. Me too.
Felix would like to know, how do you feel about the fact that 1 in 4 animals are beetles?
I'm fine with it.
I absolutely.
And if the beetles ask,
yes,
I have no complaints.
Let them know I am supportive.
Tell them I fully endorse their domination of the world. It's totally fine.
This feels like the look to your left, look to your right, look behind you. One of you is a beetle.
I have no complaints. I trust the beetles with our future.
I'm cool with it. I like beetles. I like their compact little bodies and that they just trundle around. I like how diverse they are. I like beetles.
So we feel good about it. Riley says, forget about spirit animals. What's your spirit plant?
Kudzu.
A cactus. No, not a cactus. Not really. Can I pick a carnivorous plant?
Yeah.
That's what I would want.
Kudzu is 100% my spirit animal. My spirit plant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that is definitely the plant I feel the most kinship to, and not just because I grew up in Georgia.
I don't know if I've ever identified strongly with a plant. Audrey too.
Teely asks, where did you guys go to college, and what are your specific degrees?
I did my bachelor's at Penn State, and I got a degree in geobiology, which was an unusual major they had, and then ETSU, East Tennessee State University, for a master's degree in geosciences with a paleontology concentration.
I went to Young Harris College in North Georgia, and I got my bachelor's in biology with a minor in astrophysics, which is more a technicality than anything, but it happens, so I say it. And then same, ETSU, master's, geosciences, vertebrate paleontology.
Jackson asks a question for Will.
What
Star Wars animal species would you like to actually see?
So if I could have one to make real, to actually be around, Tauntauns would be very cool to see running around. If I could add those to Earth, I would. The Rancor is super awesome.
Sure.
I was always... So, Crate Dragon, before it showed up...
Mandalorian,
it was known from a skeleton and video games and a couple of comics.
The skeleton of Dippy the Diplodocus.
Yep. And it was one of those where it was not only on Tatooine where people are like, it's almost mythical and how rare it is, but also as fans, we never got an official version of it.
Right.
There are so many different ways that it's been shown to look. And there's one version of the wildlife book that I always loved and would have been my answer. And then Mandalorian came out, and now it still is definitely my answer. Crate Dragon would be so cool.
I'll pick the Asteroid Worm.
Asteroid Worm, the Exogorth.
The Exogorth, I'm told it's called. Oh, actually, on the same lines, also in The Mandalorian, there was that one episode where they go to the Misty Place, and there are those just giant creatures in the distance in the mists walking around. I'm stuck on the sauropods idea. I just want to see all the big things.
Oh, there's also the, is it the Oni sea beast? I feel like I'm messing up the first word there. The big kaiju thing at the center of Naboo.
I was just thinking that. The big fish.
Yep. That eats the anglerfish, which I'm also blanking on the term right now.
Shame on you.
Yeah, right? That one would be cool. Taylor asks, would y'all be willing to address class and classism issues when it comes to folks becoming paleontologists? I ask this as someone from a very poor family who had to give up on my dream because of various grants weren't enough to carry me through 6 years of school, unfortunately. And I switched majors because I couldn't afford it otherwise.
Sorry to hear that, Taylor.
No, that is very tragic, and I'm sorry.
And yeah, there is absolutely class issues of this kind in paleontology and all science. We've mentioned this here and there in the past, that it's expensive to be involved in any academic pursuit.
Yes.
Paleontology, going to conferences can often be expensive. And not only is it expensive because you have to pay to go, you have to pay for admission, but also you have to go.
You have to travel. You have to not work.
You have to not work. Exactly. You have to take a week off from whatever your work might be. Going to college, especially in this country, is extremely expensive, prohibitively expensive.
I was able to do it, but I got lots of college debt that I'm still having to deal with.
Same.
So it is, there is still an aspect of elitism to academia.
Yeah, and I know that there are a lot of organizations and a lot of very well-intentioned people taking steps to improve that.
Yes.
And I think that things are in many ways better now than they have been in the past. In terms of organizations that are there to help out and various grants and scholarships that are in some cases able to help out. But yeah, it definitely is. It can be very difficult to get into. It can be competitive. And because so much, as we mentioned much earlier on, so much of continued success is based on experience and credentials.
Yep.
If you can't get that at the start, it can be very difficult to then get yourself more involved later on down the line, especially if your competition is a bunch of people like us who were much more well off and in a much better scenario where we were able to get financial support and the opportunities to become involved in these academic programs.
Yeah, especially if you are wanting to go like you said, the what people typically think of as the research paleontologist. That doesn't strictly require, but you do have to kind of go through the academic, routes to do official research and get things published typically. So that it does kind of prohibit a lot of people.
And there are other angles. There are people, like we said before, you can get into it from volunteering and from artwork and from, a variety of different paths. But yes, the overarching issue is that there are certain people that stuff's just not going to work for because there are a lot of obstacles in the way.
Yeah. And I feel like this lines up a bit with what makes when is a paleontologist question. I do think that there is an underlying mentality of if it's expensive, it's worth it. You know, it carries value because I paid a lot for it and because I went to prestigious places and because it was expensive. My degree carries more value. Right. Even if you don't openly say that, I do think there is an underlying mentality. So I do think there is some, if passive, active, you know, or if accidental, I guess I should say.
Right.
Some classism going on of thinking that.
Well, and that's...
we don't want it to be cheap.
That's systemic.
Yeah.
In the sense that it is the way it is because that's the way that it has been.
Yes.
And like any system, and there absolutely are active examples of classism.
Oh, yes.
There are certainly people in the field who are just jerks.
Well, and I'm sure that there are people that would say what you said about, well, if we define paleontology that way, anyone could be a paleontologist. I'm sure if we said, what if we really lowered the admissions cost to university level geoscience positions, they'd be like, well, then anyone, yeah, that's...
You're gonna let everybody in here.
Which,
yeah.
Yep.
But...
there is some of that.
It's also that's the way the system's built.
It's really, really deep-rooted.
And it's the same as the issue with anything college-related or a lot of professional issues. And this, of course, ties into issues of diversity in paleontology, that certain demographics of people are favored along these lines.
Yep.
So, like I said, I think that it is something that is improving in terms of people's awareness of it and people's willingness and ability to make change. But yes,
yeah,
absolutely,
it's definitely an issue, and it is very slow going on in fixing aspects of it in certain regards.
Yes. And you are certainly not the only one who had to give up on that because it just wouldn't work out.
Yeah.
And we hope that, you know, people like yourself are able to find ways to get involved and satisfy that curiosity and learn more.
Yeah, other avenues to fill that drive or scratch that itch.
Yeah,
but hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully this is something that continues to improve into the future. Often we'll get asked, how do I get into paleontology? And there is always, and we don't always say it out loud, but there is always the underlying idea that this is how we did it and this is what worked for us.
Yes.
But we are in a position that not everybody's in.
No, it's I just thought of this, and I think one of my new answers for how does one get into paleontology? Any way you can.
Yeah.
Any way you can. If it works for you, do it. If it gets you closer to paleontology, do it.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. It's not worse. It just is different. And whatever works for you, be it your interests or your means, go for it. Because, yeah, there are barriers still.
Joe asks, what is your favorite piece of speculative evolution work, and do you have a particular animal that you wish existed in real life?
Future is Wild was a really good one.
Very cool.
There's also Alien Planet that came out around the same time.
Yeah.
Which I liked, but I felt like Alien Planet leaned a little too hard on Earth, like I liked Future is Wild because they had our Earth to work forward from.
Right.
Alien Planet was a little too random.
And if we're talking about Future is Wild, to go back to the previous question, yeah, the terrestrial cephalopods.
Oh, yeah.
Would be super cool.
Those were way up on my list. Though even more, one of the ones
I wonder if it's going to be the same one I was about to say. Go on.
One of the ones I really liked, there was two I really liked from that. There was the giant squid thing that would camouflage itself.
Oh, yeah, in the ocean.
In the ocean.
The big, it wasn't a... I think, yes, yeah.
The big giant cuttlefish type thing.
Uber camouflage that would cloak itself.
But the one I was always obsessed with was the crazy man of war.
Yeah.
That had like multiple sails and had like places for the venomous
like an island.
Sea spiders to jump out from and sting.
Yeah.
I loved that one.
Neither was the one I was going to say, which were the silver spiders.
Yep, silver spiders.
The colonial mountain-dwelling spiders. Very cool.
Those are really neat. They were a lot like, there's, what are they called? Glass spiders? There's a Star Wars spider that those always remind me of. Red asks us to tell a story of how you acquired one fossil of your personal collection.
I don't really have a very big personal collection.
Not a robust one. Most of the fossils I have are ones that have been given to me, and usually they are incredibly small, like smaller than a penny.
Oh, yeah. I have a few that I collected on geology trips in college to, like, you know, road outcrops and things.
Yep.
I've got a trilobite that was a gift.
Same.
I've got an ammonite, actually. I've got a really nice ammonite that I think actually I may have picked it up at like not a shop, but like a show.
Yep.
A booth or something at some point with the intention of using it for teaching.
Yeah.
To have it as an educational specimen.
I did get a megalodon tooth that was like encrusted with all this junk on it.
Oh, yeah.
It had a whole bunch of like, and I think a lot of it was recent stuff that had grown on it and like encrusted the outside of it. And it was kind of gross looking. And then it's half of one, so it's not even the full tooth, but brought it back and chiseled all that stuff away. And now it is a pretty nice half of a tooth. So it's much nicer than when I got it.
I'm far more excited about I have a snake in a box. I got a Burmese python skeleton in a box. That was pretty cool.
That's cool.
Sarah asks, what is with the whale shark? Why is it so big and so unusual? Were filter feeding fish or other sharks in its family more common in the past? Were they outcompeted by whales? And is there a reason why filtering tiny organisms is a particularly useful way for large marine animals to be?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
I don't know much about the fossil history of whale sharks.
No, I know nothing about their fossil history. I mean, I know that we have fossils of them because we have like fossil whale shark teeth. That was on the chart for the
right.
The stuff we would pick through the Aurora material. But I will say they are not the only large filter feeding shark. We also have the basking shark, which is also very large and filter feeds, and the megamouth shark, which is same thing. So it is not the only one. So it may seem like it's an oddity, but it's not really. And as far as I know, those others are not closely related. To my knowledge, and I'm reaching right now in my brain, I'm pretty sure whale sharks are more closely related to things like nurse sharks.
Okay, interesting.
That they're closer to that group.
Episode 48.
Yeah, go check that. So we have 3 different filter feeding large sharks from 3 different groups, I believe.
As for why it's such a good way to be, it's that bulk feeding thing.
Yeah.
You are just constantly scooping up nutrition.
Yep. Well, and it's interesting when it comes to filter feeding in the ocean because there are lots of small filter feeding animals. Is it sardines? I believe sardines are filter feeders.
And tons of invertebrates are filter feeders.
And so like sardines are schooling fish that are, as you may know, very tiny because we can eat them whole because of how small their bones are. But I believe they're filter feeders. And I know there are other schooling small fish that just open their mouths wide like a whale shark, like a whale, like a basking shark, and just filter feed that way. But I think it's more apt to say that the filter feeding is a feeding style that can allow you to get big. It's successful enough.
Yes.
That you can get huge feeding on small stuff that way if you get really, really good at it. And I know that there are examples of other large filter feeding organisms in the fossil record.
Yes.
I don't remember its name, the one of the really big fish.
Leadsichthys. I think is one that came to mind.
Is interpreted as being a filter feeder. So, yeah, it is an efficient... The giant open sea manta is a filter feeder.
So, yeah, it's just a good feeding style for... Like, herbivory on land is better for getting big than carnivory.
Yep.
Just a good way to do it.
Next up is Sherry. You've shared news pieces where DNA evidence causes a species' place in the phylogenetic tree to change. Have there been any times where genetic discoveries have helped to reshape how other non-DNA based phylogeny methods are used?
Ooh, well, yeah. We very often use DNA evidence along with fossil evidence or morphological evidence. So new information in genetic studies can help us reinterpret, for example, fossil evidence.
Yes.
It can help us to understand which fossil evidence might have been misleading. But at the same time, DNA studies are often, what they call it, calibrating. So they will restrict the results of a DNA based phylogeny by saying, well, these fossils tell us that certain features evolved by this time, or certain features were found together in this organism. So the fossils help to restrict what the DNA results can be.
Yeah.
So yeah, we use multiple evidences in coordination.
Concert.
In concert, rather often. Andrew asks, what do you think is the greatest evidence for evolution that anyone can grasp?
That is a good question, and this is one of those where it's tricky because anyone grasping it also requires them to acknowledge and
to be willing to grasp.
Yeah, exactly. So you run into that issue.
Right.
But one that I always think of is flu shots. That the reason you have to get different updated vaccines because the disease is changing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not the same flu that it was last year because it has mutated since then and has changed and is evolving. It is constantly adapting against our immune systems, and we're having to adapt to respond to it.
Yeah.
That's one that everyone has to deal with, and it's the same reason you get the cold over and over and over, because the cold's slightly different each time it comes back to attack you.
I'll go opposite scale and much more on brand. Certain fossil records are just so, like horse evolution, whale evolution, human evolution, when you actually lay it out and explain these are the ages, these are the relationships, looking at those fossils. I remember I was at, I think this was a Darwin Day event at the museum one year, where I had a game where you would had a horse family tree, and one was whales and one was reptiles, and
one was dinosaur to
bird, and then I had a table with a bunch of stuff, and one of the things was the horse feet over time with the samples. And there was an older gentleman who had come to the table, and I could tell he was a little bit like, all right, what's this stuff you're showing me? Yep. But he was respectful, and I was showing the horse feet and here's how horses have changed over time. And he asked sort of, and again, he was being respectful, but it felt like he was trying to, get me like, all right, here's this here's this question. And he said, well, how do you know what's a horse and what isn't? And I said, exactly. Where we draw the line in this lineage, it's up to us, because it is just a spectrum. And I saw him go, if you can lay out those fossil lineages, it's really visually striking.
Yes, absolutely. Next is Cheryl. In episode 37.5 on birds, you did a mini discussion series which included flamingos, terror birds, and largest flying birds. Would you consider doing another 0.5 episode for topics that are related to, but maybe not large enough for a full episode?
Yeah, we'd certainly consider it. We haven't done it, in part just because we are doing plenty.
Yep.
That's just a whole other episode to record, and it's tough. And there hasn't really been another time since then where an example jumped out at us.
Well, and the reason we did it there is because we had requests for those topics.
Right, exactly. We had some requests that weren't gonna fit, but that worked for that sort of additional attempt.
Yeah. We've kind of adjusted the way we think about that situation a little bit. Not like to avoid that, it just has happened this way. That very often if we have a lot of requests for, say, trees, and then a couple of requests for very similar but not exactly that topic, we will just give subsections in the episode a lot of the time,
right,
to account for it.
That's what happened with the last one with rhinos.
Yep. Well, and like when we did Polar Life, a lot of those requests were for the North Pole, the Arctic. And so, since we had already done Antarctica, I discussed Polar Life, but with a focus on the Arctic now.
Right.
So that it included both requests.
So we're incorporating requests into the main episodes in more creative ways.
Yeah. But if that's something that people would like,
of course,
if people would actually prefer more 0.5 focuses on, I would like marsupials, but also like ancestral or I'm trying to think of a good example.
Yeah, something that's a little more specific.
And you would like it in that form, we can definitely keep that in mind when we're lining up our episodes.
Certainly. Frank asks, if tardigrades are distantly related to bigger animals, did they start out tiny or did they shrink down from larger ancestors? If they shrank, how did they do it?
Ooh, I do not know anything about tardigrade.
I did look into this a little bit when I saw this question, and I don't know a lot, but apparently it seems that tardigrades are thought to have shrunk from larger ancestors.
Oh.
And some of the ways they did it are by, like, reducing or losing organ systems.
Oh.
Or reducing cell, kind of like we talked about with the fairy flies in that one patron question. That tardigrades have simplified their bodies to allow them to function at smaller sizes.
Which makes sense. At some point, physics breaks down.
Right.
You can't just keep making things smaller.
Yes.
So you have to start getting rid of stuff. Very cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, me neither. Now I know.
Thanks, Frank. Next up is Kat. A few years ago, I saw a comic strip with a turkey sitting at the Thanksgiving table across from a terrified human family. Turkey had brought along a T-Rex and was asking if it was okay to invite his family. Ever since, I've been wondering, what is the largest known dinosaur that could conceivably be a direct ancestor of modern birds? How scared should we be of Christmas dinner's great-granddaddy? I like that a lot.
Interesting. So T-Rex is not a direct ancestor of modern birds.
Mm-mm.
The beginning of the bird lineage is small dromaeosaur-sized Archaeopteryx, Shoutingia type things that are themselves like crow-sized.
Yep.
The earliest dinosaurs are bigger than that. So we're looking at things that were probably more like goat-sized. So the earlier theropods would have been bigger in terms of direct, like what's the biggest direct ancestor? But early dinosaurs were pretty small.
Yeah.
And it was probably relatively small lineages that eventually branched off into the dromaeosaurs and the early birds. So I don't think if you went just straight back through the genetic lineage, I don't know that you'd hit any specific species much bigger than like a goat or something.
Which makes me wonder, I don't know enough about the fowl, chickens and turkeys and that group and all. I don't know enough about their history to know if there's like, because like there were giant geese and there were giant
right
like, is there
there have been
member along that line that got
but again those would have been branches off
exactly
and not direct ancestors.
So
it honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if a turkey is about the same size as the largest ancestor in a turkey's lineage.
Yep. So what the turkey needs to do is go the cousin route.
Yes.
And
extended family.
Yeah, and if you even want to not go too crazy and go all the way to T-Rex, get a terror bird.
Or even a cassowary.
Cassowary, yeah. Bring in your extended family.
My extant family. Adriana says, I work in mental health and I'm single. Where can I go to meet paleontologists? I want to date y'all.
The best place to pick up paleontologists.
Funnily enough, neither one of us has a whole lot of experience dating paleontologists.
It's very true. I've not had any dating experience within my profession.
I mean, you can go to a university or a museum or early showings of new Jurassic World movies.
Yep. Bars near universities with paleo programs.
Right, yeah, that's true.
Because geoscientists, on average...
That's true, it's a big drinking culture.
It is a very big drinking culture.
You could go to Twitter and Instagram. There's a lot of paleontologists on social media.
Yeah, so good luck. May your odds fare better.
Well, I mean, listen, Adriana. Date not for profession, but for someone who's going to treat you the way you deserve to be treated. Find someone who talks about you the way I talk about Will.
Yes, that is what you need to go for. Taylor asks, you have mentioned previously that a new genus and or species can be discovered and described by a relatively small amount of material. How do researchers know it is new with such a small amount of evidence? If it is later found to be the same as something else, does the first discovery keep the name? It all seems very confusing to me.
It is often very confusing.
It can get extremely convoluted and often hotly debated.
Here are a handful of very quick answers to this. Quick answer number one, oftentimes we can't identify a new genus or species based on small material.
Yes.
Small amounts.
There are plenty of times where we find something and we go, it's not enough, probably new, but we're not willing to say yet.
There are times where we have enough here and it's enough of a different size or something that it's probably not the same as anything else, but we don't have enough identifiable different features to describe it as a new species.
Yeah, confidently.
But there are enough specific features on enough parts of the body that in many cases you can do that. In the case of, for example, some dinosaurs, you'll have a leg bone that's like, yeah, it has this feature that we know this leg bone very well from these animals.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is if the part we do have is a part we know well from a number of other specimens, then that allows us to say, yeah, we don't have the whole animal, but the part we do have doesn't look like that part of any other animal we do know from this group.
The most classic example is mammal teeth.
Yep.
Teeth in mammals tend to be very distinct, species to species and group to group. So in those cases, you absolutely can say, yeah, this tooth is different from every other species.
Well, there's lots of species today that still, if you're like, could you show me the fossils of that species? They'll go, here's the tooth.
Yes.
Here it is. That's the species.
Absolutely. And that means we can't say very much about that species.
Mm-mm.
Right.
How big was it?
Right.
What shape was it? Mm-mm.
Nope. Well, how did it behave? No, we have a tooth.
It chewed something.
We can tell you maybe what kind of food it ate. And then really that's just a name. And then people will say, yes, and this name is a member of this group that lived in Colombia. And then they move on because we don't know anything else about it. We just have that tooth.
Yep.
As to your other question, if it is later found to be the same as something else, yes, the rules are if two different species are named and then it later turns out that they're the same species, whatever was named first keeps the name almost all of the time.
Yeah, the oldest name basically always takes precedent.
That's why Apatosaurus took over for Brontosaurus. That's why in the Rhino episode I mentioned that Paraceratherium has also been Indricotherium and Pallucotherium. Why Brontotherium is now Megacerops, because a lot of these were named very early on. And they were named from scant material. Anomalocaris this happened to. Anomalocaris had multiple names because different body parts were given different names before it was recognized that they were all part of the same animal. And the first name was the name given to the face appendages, which were called Anomalocaris, strange shrimp, because they are the shape of shrimp.
Yep.
And so now that's the name of the whole animal, because the first name was given just to those appendages.
Well, it's a convenient way to get rid of any debate on which name we should use because no one's published two papers simultaneously down to the hour at the same time.
Right.
So you can always discern which name happened first. All right, we're going with that one. No debate.
No debate, and you never have to worry about it unless you're Tyrannosaurus Rex. Stewart asks, whales and dolphins use an up and down movement with their tails, whereas fish and some of the marine reptiles use a side-to-side movement. Do we know what method of aquatic locomotion is most efficient? Did any other sea creatures use the up and down movement before whales and dolphins?
Extremely good question. To my knowledge, and I don't quote me on this, but I know I've heard some things that the mammalian up and down and the fish and reptilian side to side are efficient in different ways. That they're better at certain things. Like dolphins are typically much more maneuverable than like a shark. Like they can do those flips and jumps in a much more complex way than we see sharks doing.
Makes sense.
And fish doing.
Especially since that gives you vertical motion better.
And that they're really good at like bursts of speed and stuff. But to my knowledge, and once again, there may be parts that there may be examples where this is very much not true. But I think that the side to side is typically more fuel efficient over long term, like long distance oceanic. You can just cruise with that side to side a bit more easily. And so it's good for that. you see that you also see that with the different kinds of, there's different types of back and forth motion.
Yes.
You have the like, I'm going to do it like a ribbon, or I'm going to do it like I have a paddle on the end of my tail that I'm just forcing through the water back and forth.
That's anguilliform versus, I think it's tuniform.
Tuniform, yep.
Yep. Eel and tuna
Yes.
is what those are named after.
Yep. One's good for maneuverability and coasting. One's good for speed. And so I don't know that one's just inherently more efficient, but they definitely have things they are better at.
As for if there are extinct animals that do it besides mammals, because, sea lions also, it's a very mammal thing.
Those sea lions do a lot of it with their arms, too, but manatees do it that way, and their cousins. Seals do a back and forth, but it's with their feet.
I don't know of any extinct groups that definitely were up and down swimmers.
Yeah.
Most of them weren't. Ichthyosaurs, mosasaurs. Plesiosaurs were not side-to-side swimmers, but they also don't appear to have been up and down. They were more like sea turtles.
Yep. Yeah, which you could debate on which one's that's closer to.
Right.
There are birds that kick with their feet.
That's true.
In an up and down way. But as
That's
far as
true.
like
penguins often kind of have that up and down motion a bit.
But as far as tail propulsion goes, not that I know of. Not things that aren't cousins of whales and dolphins.
Right.
Emily asks, you once mentioned that the mechanics of a bird folding its wings is as if you held your hand up vertically and then rotated your wrist down towards your elbow. And that got me wondering, is there evidence in the fossil record to show the transition of a more avian-style wrist in theropods, since their wrists were more static and inflexible?
Great question. Yes. There is a great... Dinosaur to bird is one of our best transitions that we have preserved in the fossil record. And we talked about this a bit in episode 37. You absolutely can see that transition from the more grasping hands and arms of earlier theropods to the folding in and more bird-like shape of modern birds. Closely related dinosaurs to birds like Velociraptor and its kin could also do that folding in thing. You see the gradual reduction of the digits in the hands, and the gradual fusing of the different parts. So absolutely you can see many of the important moments in the transition from a Coelophysis-like grabby arms to the folding arms and wings of birds. Jesse asks, what is the hardest or most frustrating part of being a science communicator?
I feel like it definitely changes day to day, because there's lots of things that can be frustrating. A lot of people will comment on getting the same question over and over.
Sure.
How lots of people ask me, like, do you get tired of getting the same question over and over? And honestly, that's not. I'm usually fine with that.
Yeah. We've gotten a lot of similar questions in this Q&A.
Yes.
It's totally fine.
It's only because I always look at it as you still need the answer just because the last person got it.
Yeah. And I get to make a better answer every time.
Yeah, I get better and better at it. I think, for me, it's when people... I'm trying to think of the phase it. When people try to supply information on top of the information I'm giving, or on, like, when they are trying to be like... And sometimes they do it and they are also knowledgeable and it's great. But there's those times where they are trying to just be like, oh, so like this forcefully, not just I'm asking, but I'm now also telling the group. And I have to be like, no, you need to stop because your information's bad and you're trying to be part of the tour. That's one of my most frustrating moments, because it's hard to... It's enthusiasm, but it's obnoxious, and it can get in the way of me putting out good information because you're trying to also share information, but you're not correct. That's one I run into.
Well, one of the biggest challenges in face-to-face communication is basically when you're put in a situation where you have to tell someone that they're wrong.
Yep.
But in a way that you're not being a jerk about it.
Yep. When
someone's like, well, I heard this is true, and you're like, well, all right, now we have to navigate around the fact that you have misinformation, and we're in this together.
Exactly. Well, and that's why I say, like, the forcefulness is what makes it issue. Because if you go, I always heard this. All right, you're asking a question. I heard this. is that correct? No, let's talk about it.
Right.
But when you go, yeah, just like this, everybody, now I have to actually take back what you said and correct it.
The answer I thought of, and this is a similar line, but in a much broader sense, there are a number of obstacles in the path of communicating science. There are a lot of misconceptions, and so often if you're trying to inform people or educate people, you have to work against certain things. So if you're trying to talk about the fossil record or evolution, you're having to work against a lot of misunderstandings there are. I've heard the phrase unteach. You kind of have to unteach people certain incorrect things that they've picked up along the way. But I think the thing, and this isn't a thing that I dwell upon every day, but every now and then I return to the realization that there are also substantial forces of humanity out there that intentionally obscure and misdirect when it comes to scientific knowledge.
Yes.
Like when you have any sort of topic, especially the major topics, when it comes to stuff like evolution or climate change, or more recently, vaccination and medical science, there's a lot of miscommunication and there's a lot of struggle with getting the correct information out there. But what's got to be the most frustrating thing is that all of that is made harder by the fact that there are organizations of people who are making it their mission to intentionally make it harder for the correct information to get out there.
And sometimes it's not even like anti-science groups. At the aquarium, it became incredibly frustrating when we were having to combat Discovery Channel's Shark Week.
Yeah.
For active disinformation. Actively keeping the truth vague for ratings.
Yes, and it often is. It's a very personally driven. I mean, these days we see the same thing with the climate debate as we did with tobacco companies back in the 70s or whenever, where those companies would hire uncredentialed scientists.
Yeah, whole research teams.
To spread information for the benefit of the tobacco companies, throwing doubt on medical research and medical science, suggesting that tobacco was harmful and was a medical issue. And they do the same thing nowadays with climate change. And I remember, there are a lot of people when it comes to paleontology who don't think that evolution is true or think that fossils are fake. And in many, many cases, it's because they themselves have a misunderstanding or they were misled or they've been led to think a way about it that's just not true. And in large part, that's not their fault. It's no one's fault for receiving bad information.
Yeah, that's what I used to tell my tour guides is attack the info, not the person.
Yeah.
Then you can gang up on the fact that you were lied to.
Right. Like you got bad information. But every now and then I will come across a person or a video or a website where you can see the clever ways
the
that
insidious
they are crafting the shape of the information to leave out key information while making it seem like they're not leaving out key information. And I can only spot it because I'm an expert in the topic.
Yep.
And I know that to anyone else, this is going to look totally legitimate.
Yes.
And that is infuriating.
Yeah, it is incredibly frustrating. Finn would like to know, you've talked about features of secondarily aquatic vertebrates. Are there any secondarily aquatic invertebrates and plants? What are their features?
Oh, yes.
Yes, for sure.
There are, for example, aquatic beetles.
Yep, the water beetles.
That have paddle-like feet, similar to the flat shape of tails and limbs in secondarily aquatic vertebrates.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's almost like a sea turtle beetle.
Yes.
Where it's taken its limbs and turned them into paddles. But secondarily aquatic, it has still got all the shape parts of a beetle.
Yes.
Land beetle, but they have been reshaped for the water.
There are, I think it's those beetles and maybe some spiders that have adaptations for carrying air bubbles with them while they submerge so that they can
exoskeleton
breathe.
And there's, you also get things like water striders, which they're aquatic, but they're not below the surface. They're on top of the surface.
Yeah.
But they can't walk. Like, their limbs are specifically for balancing on the surface tension of water.
Yeah.
Secondarily aquatic plants, the first one that came to mind is mangroves.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which grow in the water. They can grow on land, but they grow in the, salty, brackish water. And their adaptations, their roots raise the main plant out of the water so they don't drown during high tides. And their leaves or stems, depending on which type of mangrove it is, secrete the extra salt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So they're absolutely. Stephanie asks, what is the most unexpectedly metal animal, and why is it butterflies?
Butterflies can be surprisingly intense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There are carrion butterflies.
Yeah. You've got the, vampire moths that feed on blood.
There are the moths that have sonar scramblers to put off bat radar. Very cool.
Absolutely.
We talked about in the last episode the bagworms, that the females just stay bagworms. Just a big bag of eggs.
Another animal that popped in mind of surprisingly metal is deer.
Yeah.
Because on one hand, you grow your antlers every year. So you grow like a limb's worth of bone out of your head.
Yes.
Like 2 arms worth of bone out of your head. It's covered in fuzzy fur at first until all that skin and fur just sloths off.
In a bloody mess.
In a bloody, just actually bloody mess that you then eat. You then use those to attempt to murder one another.
Yep.
During mating season, and then those bones just fall off your skull, leaving once again a bloody mess.
And you grow new ones next year.
And there are so many videos of deers eating baby birds and like baby rabbits.
Yes.
And just using their leaf-cutting teeth to just crunch through the bones of these tiny animals. I watched one where it was, I think it might have been a cow, but I think it was a deer in one of them, and you can just see it there still doing its chewing, that side to side motion, and you just hear and it's like
I'd like to say that the most unexpectedly metal animal is shrews. Alternative answer, wolverines.
Yeah. Our next question is from Lucas. I know this guy.
No, Lucas. This guy's trouble.
If you have no idea. If you and David were found as complete fossils, what is the most likely position your bodies would be found in?
Lucas, this is a great question. Oh, man, I don't know about you, but I spend about a third of my life laying down.
Yep, that's a lot of my life. In a computer chair is a lot of the rest of it.
Like if Pompeii happened here.
Yep.
There's a good chance.
Maybe one of those.
Yep.
If I were mid-activity of doing something, it's either going to be at the computer, like probably with my hand on the spacebar and delete key from editing.
Yep.
And on the mouse.
If I were fossilized in position during sleep, then there's a good chance that there would also be a fossilized cat skeleton curled up next to me, which would be very cute.
Yep.
But if we had forewarning, we could find a way to recreate the photo that's on our Patreon.
Yeah.
Of us on the lion statue.
Yep. Or we should redo the Velociraptor and Protoceratops.
Yes!
Is you just
clamped onto your arm?
And me just kicking you in the stomach.
Yeah. Oh man, listen. If people say, "How do you want to die?"
Dueling paleontologists.
There we go. Here's another personal question for you. Eric asks, "Many male humans have mustache hair that would grow over their mouth if not trimmed. Do you think pre-scissor humans," the famous archaeological age, the pre-scissor times.
Yep.
"Do you think pre-scissor humans grew long hair? Are there other animals that grow hair or feathers or scales over their mouth that make it more difficult for them to eat?" Will, as a mammal with hair over your mouth.
Boy, man, do I feel called out. Yes, absolutely having a long mustache can make it difficult to eat. But on the flip side, had I been growing it out since I could, my mustache would probably be so long now that I could just incorporate it into my beard and it wouldn't be as difficult.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it would be like long hair. It's like when you're growing your hair
brush it out of the way.
Yeah, I would just brush it aside into the beard, and it wouldn't be hanging down over my lip because it wouldn't be short enough to. If I had not started shaving when I hit puberty, I'd have a much longer mustache. So I assume that would take care. Because yeah, my mustache at certain lengths, it is actually easier to manipulate.
Oh yeah. Well, I also wonder if pre-scissor, if you have a sharp rock, it's not going to be a great looking trim job, but I'd imagine that early humans were perfectly capable of trimming their hair if they wanted to.
Probably. Also, braiding and fixing it aside with different things would be an option.
Mm-hmm. As for other animals, I mean, there are plenty of, like, monkeys and other primates that have very hairy faces.
Yes.
With mustaches. Walruses come to mind.
Well, and the truth is, as long as I'm not eating something that I have to take a bite off of, it's actually if it's bite size, if I can take it with my fingers, then I just place it in my mouth past the mustache.
Oh, yeah.
It's as soon as I'm trying to, like, eat a sandwich that my mustache just goes, let me get in here with you.
Well, and even then, that's only a problem for you because you care about chewing on your hair.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for anything else, if you just wipe it off later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It doesn't actually cause an issue with me consuming food. I just find it gross and annoying when it gets in the way.
So, yeah. And there are lots of hair. I mean, a lot of animals have whiskers.
Yep.
That can easily get in the way of food. So, yeah. I think we're just picky.
Yeah, we're a bit prissy. Jorge would like to know, given that less than 0.1% of all life has been fossilized, what are the chances of a majorly important group or body shape or lifestyle having been completely erased with no chance of us discovering it?
Honestly, pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, especially in soft-bodied things.
Yes.
And especially in ancient stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, there are absolutely big deal soft-bodied organisms in, like, the Ediacaran and the Cambrian that we just don't know about.
Yeah.
Because we don't get those fossilized.
Well, there are probably some very specific body shapes or adaptations. Like, I'm thinking of highly co-evolved or symbiotic things like the bird whose beak fits a specific flower.
Yeah.
Like, back in a time before flowers, there was probably still stuff like that going on that if you only lived in that one forest, yeah, it's possible we just don't have you.
Oh, yeah.
We may even have half of the symbiosis, but not the other half.
If you only lived in the one patch of forest on the Yucatan Peninsula,
yes,
where the asteroid hit, well, that's that. Then you're gone.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of habitats, like high mountains don't preserve often, deep sea does not preserve often. So, yeah, there's plenty we're missing, and some of it may have been quite important.
Yes, absolutely.
Mark asks, how do you think the world would be different if snakes and crocs didn't exist? What do you think would have evolved to fill those niches?
The major difference that I can first think of is that it would be a duller
Just
world.
a sadder, less interesting.
Less vibrant.
No reason to really...
That's a lower cause to go on.
Why would science even have moved to study the natural world?
Yeah.
What would fill those niches? I mean, crocs is kind of an easy one.
There's been lots of croc things.
There have been amphibians that have done that.
Yeah.
There are, like we said, snapping turtles do similar things.
I mean, lizards. I watched a video the other day of a bunch of Komodo dragons swimming out to get a goat that was trying to avoid them in the surf. And they would just swim out to the goat to try to take bites of it. And then when they get tired, swim back to shore and then go back out again. Like, you're 2 steps away from being very croc-like. You could do that. Snakes are interesting because snakes occupy a very lizard-like niche, generally speaking. And there are tons of legless lizards. Mm-hmm. As for whether or not another group would have hit the legless jackpot like snakes did, snakes are a very unique group of lizards. Maybe not. It may have been that many different groups of limbless lizards around the world would have been doing similar snake-like things. Yeah. Or even not limbless things at all. Yeah.
It could have just been that, other small animals are just the predators. It's frogs and salamanders and lizards and stuff.
It's weasels.
Or weasels, yeah. It's ferrets.
Man, now I'm just picturing a 5-foot-long ferret, but like as big around as a sausage.
Terrifying.
Just
That's scarier than a snake. I don't want that.
Furry all the way down.
Stinky.
Ugh.
Like a scarf.
If it was a constrictor, even more so.
Just awful. Just duh.
Michael asks, is there diversity in dromaeosaur killing claws? Is there evidence to show that some species might have been using it in slightly different or more specialized ways?
Oh, good question. I think so.
I do know that, like, at least just me looking at pictures, that they aren't the same shape but different sizes.
And there have been studies looking at the varying shapes of dinosaur claws, including dromaeosaurs, to determine if some were better for hunting versus climbing versus this or that. And of course, there are different sizes. There's also at least one dinosaur, I think this might have been a troodontid, that had 2 of the held high killing claws on each foot.
Oh, right.
Balauer, I think, might have been it. So yeah, there is at least some diversity in those.
Yeah. And there has to be some specialization going on, I'd almost say, even if they're all using them as killing claws. You know, even if every single one is using them that way, because that's what eagles are using their talons for.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still specialization for a fishing eagle versus a non-fishing eagle. So I'd still assume that if we were able to match up what this claw was hunting versus this claw, we would see some differences.
Naomi asks, I was wondering, what is the earliest known peatland preserved in the fossil record, and how well does peat preserve fossils?
Ooh, peat can preserve stuff real well.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the oldest is.
Well, so peat is decaying vegetable matter. So peat is fossils.
Yeah.
It's made of fossilizable stuff. It's vegetation.
It is made of life.
Recent peat sites are places where you get famous things like bog bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But peat is a precursor in many cases to coal.
Yeah,
peatland can often become coal, and the oldest widespread coal deposits are in the Carboniferous, which is called the Carboniferous because of the coal deposits, which is when we get the first widespread forests and swamplands and stuff like that. So peatlands probably started in the Carboniferous.
Yep.
Because before that, you wouldn't have had enough vegetation to create peatland. And those sites preserve fossils excellently. Those are great sites for abundant fossils in many cases. Not always, but in many cases. So peatland goes back a good 300 million years and perhaps more. And abundant fossil remains. Cool question.
Leonard asks, under what conditions might croc-like scaly skin evolve in any given animal lineage? For example, humans, mole rats, termites, etc.
Oh, scaly termites.
Right?
I mean, armadillos kind of have croc-like scaly skin.
I was about to say, like, if you mean just the scaly, bumpy skin, you know, that's from them being reptiles mostly. But if you mean, like, their bumps on the back, which have bone underneath, the osteodermed skin.
Right. That's what armadillos have.
Armadillos have osteoderms. Now, theirs are on top of the skin instead of under, so it doesn't quite have that same bumpy scaliness to it. Fossil sloths had osteoderms in their skin.
As far as the scales, I mean, that's, I believe, largely a keratin structure.
Yep.
Which we have.
Yep.
That's hair and fingernails are made of keratin.
And you get things like pangolins, which have scale-like...
Yeah, like shingles.
Shingle keratin structures.
And there are some disorders in humans where you can get sort of scaly skin on parts of the body or all of the body.
Yep.
So our bodies have the ability to do it.
We've got the building blocks within our anatomy.
Yeah, we can make hardened skin by accident.
We can also grow bone in the skin, usually by accident.
Yes, that's not supposed to happen.
So it's possible.
Under what conditions? I'm not sure what would spur that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, defense is a big one.
Our skin is so important for, like, sweat glands and hair follicles and sensory features. We would be giving that up.
Yeah.
in any place we became scaly.
Well, and I think one of the things is it'd be unlikely to happen with us because we can adapt our tools and behaviors to overcome any need for defense that those would provide. And in most of the armored mammals that I can think of, they're typically not very mobile.
Yes.
That the armor is there because I'm not going to be able to run away from you, but I can hopefully outlast you. And so that's one way it can happen. The osteoderms on crocs, though, also are for thermoregulation.
Yeah.
For soaking up sunlight more efficiently with blood vessels around those bones. And so for any groups that use that sort of stuff, that could be a reason to do it.
Yeah. Termites are already exoskeletons.
Yeah, I don't see them getting scaly skinned. Mole rats, though, like
sure, why not?
You've already done everything else weird.
What can't they do? Milu asks, how would you say the paleontology community generally rates on issues of social justice? What are some issues that you believe tend to be overlooked or misrepresented in your scientific community?
I'd say that it's like with most demographics, it's person to person and very generational.
Mm-hmm.
I know lots of very active and progressive paleontologists, and I know a lot who are not those things.
And on the broader scale, the sort of system side, like we were talking about before with the sort of class issues, it's better than it has been.
Yep.
And there have been some really encouraging developments in recent years of professional societies developing committees to take action on issues of diversity and inclusion. There have been a lot of really important successes in recent years of people who are inappropriate or people who have encouraged discriminatory action being punished and being removed from their positions. Paleontology is still not a particularly diverse field, and that ties into some of the obstacles that are in place for certain demographics over others.
It's still mostly white male dominated.
Yes.
And so I on average, on the whole, I lean that paleontology probably doesn't lean more progressively, but there's still lots of non-progressive or non-social justice minded people in it, and there's still lots of systemic issues that work against inclusiveness and social awareness.
So it's a better field, it's a more inclusive field than it has been. It's probably this year is better than any year previous in paleontology.
Yeah, like
just the march of time.
Yes, I was about to say, most people from our generation and younger that I know seem to lean much more toward a social justice minded.
Well, and even outside the individual perspective, they are the kinds of people that in many cases are eager to make change.
Yes.
So it's not perfect. There are still plenty of issues, as with all science. And there are people who find way more obstacles than others because of these particular issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's, like you said, with all science, academia across the board has a lot of these issues.
Yeah.
And this falls within academia.
As far as overlooked issues, I think that there is a lot of discussion about, for example, gender-related issues. And again, that's not perfect. There's still plenty of progress still to be made. I suspect that disability
that's
related issues.
That's exactly what I was just thinking.
Are probably much farther back than they could be, just in terms of general accessibility.
Yes.
Cultural issues, especially when it comes to international culture. I had a conversation, I think this is actually may have been in our Diversity in Paleontology anthology that we released after episode 19, that Dr. Ann Weil made a comment. I don't remember if this was in the recording or if this was just something that she said to me in conversation, but she made reference to the fact that the major scientific conferences for paleontology are often scheduled without consideration of what important holidays in other cultures they might be overlapping with.
Yep.
That if you schedule your conference on a holiday that is celebrated across most of the Middle East, for example, you might be excluding an entire chunk of the world from participating. And I remember I had never thought about that.
Yeah.
It had never occurred to me to think about that before I heard her say that. So yeah, there are a lot of cross-cultural issues, and there are a lot of accessibility issues that I imagine are overlooked. And I would add to that, there are almost certainly issues that I'm not even aware of.
Oh yeah.
Because they're overlooked.
And I was going to say, a lot of these are the same ones that are, like, when disabilities came up, that are overlooked in most of society, are still also issues in paleontology. Like, I can't think of many things where it's like, no, I think paleontology's got that figured out and the rest of society just has to catch up.
Right.
If it's still a major issue throughout most of our world, paleontology is also still struggling with it in a lot of ways. So it's not like we're ahead of the game in a lot of categories.
Yeah.
Getting better, like you said.
Like I said, it is on, I think, the right path.
Yes.
Overall, generally speaking, from the perspective of us two cis straight white men.
Yep. Andrea asks, the Queensland Museum has a display on the largest marsupial known, Diprotodon optatum, and it made me wonder, how do you tell if an extinct animal was a marsupial, not a placental mammal?
Oh, good question. There are features in the skeleton.
Yes.
That you see in marsupials and not placentals. Teeth are a big one.
I was going to say, I know the dentition is way different.
Yeah. And it's honestly not dramatically different, but it is different in very significant...
For mammals, it's way different. But yeah, it still looks very mammally.
The number of incisors, so placental mammals never have more than 3 in a quadrant. I'm sure there may be an exception somewhere, but generally you don't. Whereas marsupials can have many more incisors. The number of premolars and molars is different. The shape of the teeth is going to be different. There are also features of the skull. There is a process in the back of the jaw that I don't remember what it's called.
Right.
But it curves outwards in one group and inwards in the other group.
Yep.
I think it might be the articular process.
I sure don't know.
Or it curves forward in one group and back. I forget what it is, but it's the opposite.
Yep.
Marsupials have a lot of opposite things.
Yeah.
So there are specific features that split at the marsupial placental common ancestor and just got stuck in the lineages that way.
Yeah.
Taryn asks, are plesiosaurs stem turtles? Because if so, that's amazing. No, they're not.
No, they aren't.
It has been suggested in the past that turtles might be related to plesiosaurs, as it has been suggested that turtles might be related to basically every group of reptiles.
Anything with scales other than fish.
But plesiosaurs are not thought to be closely related to turtles. They are convergent upon some similar features, but no, they're not. They're not close. That would be amazing. But alas.
Jenny asks, were dinosaurs warm-blooded or cold-blooded or mesothermic?
In all likelihood, they spanned the gamut.
Yeah, very likely.
There is some very good evidence that many dinosaurs did maintain stable high body temperatures like a warm-blooded animal would.
And one of the things to consider with dinosaurs is whether they were fully warm-blooded or mesothermic, somewhere between the two, is what that basically means. They could be maintaining homeostasis with their temperature, but in a different way, a way we don't know.
Right.
A way different than mammals, a way different than modern birds are doing it.
Right.
So there could be options there that don't fall into one of the categories we're familiar with, but achieve the same results.
Yeah. So, yeah, dinosaurs were very diverse.
Yes.
And we probably had multiple, many, many different lifestyles. Corbin asks, can we get some D&D stats for the Spookyverse flora and fauna?
Yeah, no, I mean, that has been something we have wanted to do for a while.
Yeah, some of those would be really exciting to... We got some real monsters.
Oh, yeah.
In there. Most of our sea creatures I would not want to fight or throw a party at.
Right? Those would be great. A lot of the ones from the mythology, the Greek mythology episode would be good.
A lot of those are already in D&D.
Yep.
There are already hydras and harpies.
Yep.
We've got our own versions.
The main reason it hasn't just happened is, at least for me, I want to make sure they're balanced. So I'd have to talk to someone who knows how to balance them.
Yeah, we've had some fans toy around with it a bit. And if you make stats for spooky creatures, by all means, please share it with us.
I demand it.
We would love to see it. Someday we will have to sit down and make that happen.
Kel asks, would you rather discover a pristine fossil of your favorite extinct creature or discover a living specimen of your favorite extinct creature, but it's the last one in existence and due to a contrived series of events, no one else sees it before it falls into an active volcano? Assume you also lose all photographic and verifiable evidence of its existence as well. That's cruel.
The first one.
The first one.
The fossil, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, because for two reasons. One, because if I see a living version of a creature and then there is exactly zero evidence to support that I saw it, first of all, I may as well have never seen it.
Yep.
I can't share that with anybody. No one's ever going to know about it. That does not further any understanding of anything because there's no... you cannot science that.
Yep.
And two, I would be so angry for the rest of my life.
Yes. Well, and like, even if I was able to publish on it, so that like we have written descriptions, but no pictures, no molds, no videos, you know, so you can't actually compare, all right, are the measurements you wrote down, we can't verify it.
Right.
So my documents aren't verifiable, but they're there for people to read. I've just created a cryptid. Because people are going to be searching for that animal for the rest of forever. And we're going to be getting blurry photos of dogs saying that it's that animal for the rest of forever. And I don't want another cryptid.
It's just not worth the trouble.
We'll have literally created a monster.
Nisog asks, what is the fossil record for tarantulas, and do you have a favorite one?
Ooh, we talk about tarantulas in our spiders episode.
So a little bit.
You can check that out. The fossil record for tarantulas is, like, it exists. It is not supremely great because big spiders don't fossil typically as well as the small ones because they're not fossilizing in amber. So they have to fossilize in sediment, and that happens, but they are rare.
Yeah.
So it exists. It's not fantastically great. My favorite
Your favorite one is all of them.
Yes. my favorite that's in that group, the Sydney funnel web is the one with the big fangs that like rears up and shows its fangs at people and is super aggressive whenever it gets threatened. That's in the overall group with tarantulas. It's not called a tarantula. But yeah, I mean, the Goliath bird eater.
It's hard to not pick that one.
It's so big. It's so cool. Janelle asks, when the climate was hotter, did life have special adaptations to megastorms?
Ooh, an interesting question. You know what's funny? I would have said, I don't know, who knows? But there was that one study not too long ago about the lizards in the Caribbean.
They hang onto the trees?
That hang onto trees during hurricanes. That have, like, their hands are adapted to hold onto the trees.
Yep.
So maybe... if anything had special adaptations for megastorms, I'd expect it to be plants.
Plants, for sure. I wonder if we would see lots of changes in behavior. You know, like, is it better to be underground?
Oh, yeah. Would behavioral responses to, like, the signs of a storm coming?
Is it better to be... will we see more burrowing behavior? Because if you can get in a burrow... as long as it doesn't flood or you have flooding, do you have to have special burrows to adjust for flooding?
Or are there certain parts of the world where certain animals just wouldn't live?
Yeah, exactly.
This is just once every 5 years, this area gets demolished, so we just don't live here anymore.
Yeah. Would you see a lot more behavior with ants, of like the fire ants floating and stuff?
Ooh, yeah, but with, again, weasels. Interesting. That's a great question. Let's do just a couple more, and then we will wrap it up.
Sounds good.
For this year's Q&A. Emily says, please speculate wildly on what extinct species from various time periods could possibly become invasive in today's environment if an irresponsible time traveler were to bring them back, either accidentally or on purpose. What prehistoric flora and fauna could conceivably become the next cane toads and Japanese knotweed?
Ooh, that's a good one. I mean, I think there's lots of equivalents that probably would do fine today.
Sure.
Like most crocs would probably, your extreme ones like your giant Deinosuchus and stuff like that probably wouldn't do great. But
right.
The others, crocs that have been around, would probably do fine, and some of the weird ones would probably even do fine.
Yeah, probably. I wonder how all of the post-extinction fauna and flora would do.
Oh, yeah.
The weeds.
Mm-hmm. The ones who were good at filling in those gaps.
Yeah. Probably a ton of bugs from the past would be a real problem.
Yeah. I bet there's just a huge slew of insects that would just fit right in because that's what insects do.
You know what I'd love to see? And this is a wild speculation because I don't know if this would work this way. I'd love to see cane toads, but it's Beelzebufo. And you just got these giant frogs.
Taking down cats. And
just have taken over everywhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any, like, particular fossil rodent-esque, rat-esque.
Like multi-tuberculates.
Oh, yeah, I wonder.
I wonder if they would spread all over the place. Or a lot of ocean stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you brought ammonites back, would ammonites do well enough to just take over the oceans?
Or trilobites. I wonder.
Trilobites.
I wonder if trilobites, if you pulled from the diversity of them, would there be enough to one of them or a few of them slot in?
Yeah, to survive in modern environments and just not have competitors.
Yeah.
In our modern impoverished northern faunas, in a post-mass extinction world that we're in, you might be able to grab a bunch of megafauna and plop them in there. Like if you threw a bunch of ceratopsians in North America and Asia in ecosystems that had elephants up until not too long ago.
Yeah.
With no major predators around to deal, well adapted to deal with them.
Yeah, or I wonder if any of your smaller, hadrosaur cousins would function like goats, just be able to eat anything.
Yeah.
And just spread.
Ooh, I want pterosaurs.
Yep.
I want just invasive,
like a little rhamphorhynchoid.
Yeah.
Flapping around everywhere. Yeah. I bet you could also bring back, as you mentioned North America, I bet you could bring back a lot of your smaller mammals that we lost, like small horses and the other herding animals that used to be on the plains. And I bet they would just become like deer. Just massively overpopulating.
Yeah. Turtles.
Oh yeah.
Like sliders.
Mm-hmm.
Pond turtles would probably do extremely well.
Yep.
Or here's a fun little angle on this one. Something that we would want to domesticate and keep as pets.
Yeah.
Would become very invasive very easily.
Yes.
So if we did domesticate like little velociraptors and little fuzzy cute dromaeosaurs and make them the next cats.
Oh yeah.
And bring them all over the world.
It'd be like people who have chickens in their backyard.
Or if like small ceratopsians or small hadrosaurs turned out to be really good as livestock.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got out like pigs.
Yep. Like when protoceratops just make great farm animals.
And then take over where they don't belong.
Yep.
Yeah.
God, that's fun.
Fun. Hey, let's do one more.
Final question from A. San Juan. What made you decide to start the podcast?
Oh, well, it's fun.
Yeah.
We love talking about the stuff that we think is really cool and interesting.
We like doing it in an educational way.
In an entertaining way.
Yeah.
We, both of us, discovered over the course of our careers that as much as we love learning about things and discovering things, we love perhaps even more sharing that knowledge and teaching other people about it. And we didn't even start the podcast really to like fill a niche in the podcast market. There are other podcasts like this out there. But honestly, it's a fun way for us to do a thing we like to do. And it has turned out to be a really effective way. Lots of people listen. We just spent like 4 hours answering questions submitted by our listeners, and we didn't even get to all of them.
It was also a way for us to flex our academic muscles now that neither of us were in class anymore or participating in academia. Like, since we weren't going forward as researchers, we didn't have a reason day to day, like, other than just our own curiosity to keep up on research, to keep up on news, to keep up with discussions, to keep up with what's currently being, thought on different topics. And we both had a conversation about feeling the knowledge slipping away and not wanting that to happen. We work real hard to get that knowledge and that experience. And the podcast gave us a driving reason to stay up to date and to keep flexing those mental muscles.
And I had listened to a number of podcasts, and I started thinking, we could do this. That would actually be a lot of fun. We have a fun dynamic, and we'd done this before.
Yeah.
We had worked together on education and SciComm stuff before. At the museum, we had done stuff together, and it was always really fun. And we found that we complement each other really well, and it's a good time working together on stuff like this.
And we like to talk.
We do. We have a lot to say, and by gum, we're going to say it.
Yep.
And I think an unexpected side effect, more so than I would have expected in the beginning, is that this has been a great opportunity for us to learn more stuff.
Yeah.
We learn a lot of stuff. We've gotten a lot of experience. We've made a lot of great new friends and colleagues.
Yep.
It's been a very fulfilling project.
Oh, and those contacts are a boon that I did not expect with us going into it, because at first I just expected, this will get me to read the news and to read up on stuff.
This will be fun.
But I hadn't really thought about how much it would get us outside of our comfort zone of learning about things we had no clue about, but also it's kept us in touch with the community.
Yeah.
Much more so than we would have likely.
And in touch with each other.
Yes.
When we started this, we were not in the same state anymore. We were in very different places, and this was a way for us to keep doing something together.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it has been great.
It's been really cool.
It's been a lot of fun.
Like, it's been work, and it's been tough at times. And there are of course stressors that come up, but super fun. Incredibly grateful that we started it.
Yeah, and incredibly grateful that people listen to it and participate. Thank you to everybody who submitted questions for this Q&A. If we didn't get to your question, we're so sorry. We only have so much time before we have to go to sleep.
Yep, time is always the enemy.
There will be more Q&As and opportunities to interact with us in the future. By the time this episode, this audio releases, it will be about a month before our 5-year anniversary.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for announcements of things that we are going to be doing to celebrate the 5-year anniversary. There will be opportunities for you to engage more with us. As always, keep sending in your questions, your feedback, your comments, your compliments, your other compliments, your requests for episodes, all that stuff. This year and last year have been a real mess.
Yep.
It has been a hard time.
Yes, it has been a trial.
And we have gotten comments now and then. We get comments from people who tell us how much they enjoy the podcast. And we've had people who say that they discovered the podcast when they were stuck at home, or people who said that the podcast really helped them pass the time or get through, the stressful times. And, that's true for us.
Yes.
That this has been a wonderful, stable thing for us during difficult years. And it's really wonderful to hear that that's also the case for many of our listeners.
Yeah, that it means a lot whenever we hear that. We're so glad that we can do anything to alleviate any of the stressors, any of the tough times.
Yeah.
And hang in there, everyone.
Yeah. We release episodes every fortnight, and sometimes we do special stuff like this. We release episodes every year.
Yeah, but we're not doing any more this year.
No, this is it. We draw the line.
We are cutting you off for 2021.
This is it.
We can only be pushed so far.
We are mere humans. We are but men.
Do we not bleed?
We hope that everybody, if you're listening to this beforehand or afterwards, we hope that you have had a wonderful new year. Wherever you are in the world, whatever you in your particular part of the world do, here in our part of the world, it is the winter break, it is the winter holidays, it is the new year. We hope that everybody is having a good time. We hope that your 2021 has been acceptable. We hope things are okay for you. If they're not, we hope they get better. Across the board, we hope that your 2022 is better than your 2021.
Yep.
We could go on and on and on and on. Thank you so much for listening. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for sticking all the way through this. We love doing these. Thank you so much for listening to us for all of 2021. Thank you so much for listening to us for 5 years of this podcast. A huge thanks to our patrons who support us on Patreon. A huge thanks to everyone who requests episodes and sends in questions, or who even just sends us a little email to tell us how much they enjoy the podcast.
No, it means a lot. We
love it. We love you. We love the podcast. We like each other okay.
Yeah, we get along.
Will, what do you say we turn in for the year?
Yeah. See you next year, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to the Common Descent podcast. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and check our WordPress blog for pictures and links after each episode. Huge thanks to our patrons whose support helps keep this podcast running and who get access to bonus goodies on Patreon. The song you're hearing is called On the Origin of Species by Protodome, which we found at ocremix.org. Thanks again for listening. We hope you'll join us next time.